Don't एक मिनट नहीं ऑफ है.
अच्छा गुड.
Yeah, Sia, can you hear us?
Sia,
Yes, sir.
you're allowed to smile. Sia will be muting everyone, no? जी इसने बहुत अच्छा किया. देखो बशीर, इसने बहुत अच्छी लाइटिंग की है. Sia ने वेरी वेल लिट. मुझे लगता है ये प्रॉपर वो लाइट वाला है. इसको और ऊंचा कर लें क्या? इसको और ऊंचा कर लें क्या? हाँ this is better, नहीं? Yeah.
Hi guys, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, Sia. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yep, nice and clear.
Thank you, Vijay.
Hi, Anzur, how are you?
सर नमस्कार.
क्या हाल है भाई साहब?
बढ़िया सर, बढ़िया. एक सर नमस्कार.
क्या हाल है विनोद जी?
सर बहुत बढ़िया सर.
Hi, Girish sir.
Hi.
My apologies for the mistake in the spelling of your name. My fault.
No.
Finally corrected before we start.
No worries.
I think it doesn't matter. Everyone knows him very well.
Everybody knows him, yes.
He's a very well-known personality.
Sia, can you hear us?
Thanks.
Yes, sir.
And by the way, let me tell you guys, I'm sitting in Goa. Yaar.
Oh, nice.
I just got to the beach for this and running straight back.
So are you wearing your swimming trunks, Niche sir? We can see that.
और क्या? I'm just wearing a jacket, not नीचे shorts हैं.
Right.
DG must be waiting for someone's help. Girish has logged in. Girish has logged in. Girish Bindra. Girish,
Yep.
how are you doing?
Very good. Can't complain.
I can complain.
I'm sure you can.
I have enough to complain against you.
You are hearing all the action, huh?
We are not starting as yet because DG Tourism is yet to log in.
Okay.
But your address is there.
Yeah,
Your address is there now, sir, isn't it?
yeah, but my address is there, but what will happen is we also want to show that we are welcoming him. So we want him to be logged in.
Okay.
because that is what the IGTA's mandate has been.
Oh, wow.
Good to see you, Girish. Yes,
Yeah, it's good to be here.
I played golf with Girish, I think 30 years back. That's what he was talking about.
Yeah.
Golf's loss was hospitality's gain. That is Girish.
Girish used to play all these tournaments, even the pro tournaments as an amateur, I remember. That's how.
Now he
Yeah.
played played different kind of professional golf.
Yeah. Thanks, Arun. Perfect.
Hi, sir. Arun, sir. How are you?
Hi, how are you, Indrajit?
Hi, yeah. Good, good.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me, Rajan Saigal?
Yes, we can.
Okay, but I think my camera is on, but if the picture is not coming, 1 minute. Let me see that if the picture is coming. Yeah, it's okay now.
Yeah.
Hi, Mr. Singh. How are you? Hi, Girish. Hi, Indrajit. How are you?
Hi, Rajan.
Sir, hi.
Hi, Vijay. How are you? Good to see. The DG Tourism will join around 5:10, between 5:10 and 5:15. He will be joining.
So let's wait another 2-3 minutes and then we can start, sir, with the intros and everything by the time we log in.
You can start, and whenever he joins, Mr. Singh can welcome him.
Hi, everybody. Good evening. So I think we should start off now. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So good evening, everybody. Welcome to the inaugural Southeast Asia Golf Show 2021. So we're thrilled to have all of you here on behalf of GCSMAI and ProTouch Sports. We welcome you all to this event. So for those of you who don't know, GCSMAI is an organization that has been working for the last 15-20 years on development of golf by supporting, giving a platform to the golf course superintendents, managers, and industry professionals for knowledge sharing. And for the past few years, we've been conducting seminars. And due to the COVID, we thought we'll do an online seminar. But thanks to our sponsors, we are able to conduct a much bigger event. So over the next 3 days, you'll have over 15 hours of seminars and presentations. So thank you to our sponsors, including the title sponsor Toro, platinum sponsor Hunter, gold sponsors including Agricare Corporation, Oswal, Udyog, 5S Turf, and Golf Design India. So without further ado, I'll pass it on to our President, Wing Commander Arun Singh, to say a few words and officially inaugurate the first ever Southeast Asia Golf Show.
So you have to unmute.
Arun, you need to unmute.
Good evening, everyone.
Welcome to the first Golf Expo for Southeast Asia. This is the first time we have made an attempt like this. As our Secretary General Vijay Nandajog informed all of you, we are an 18-year-old body, primarily looking after the interests of golf course superintendents and managers who work behind the scenes to make the game of golf grow. We focus on education and information. We focus on improving the skills of our members and improving the skills of the ecosystem in general. Above all, we also focus on improving the game of golf, expanding the game of golf, because we know that if the golf does not grow, none of us will grow. So we do reach out to places where established associations do not go. We go to the deep in the hinterland. We go to tier 2, tier 3 cities, towns, and we also try and go into other neighboring countries in Southeast Asia. And the aim of this Golf Expo has also been to include our neighborhood into the golfing ecosystem, because we all can learn and grow together. We are very, very thankful to RNA for supporting our initiative. And I will request you all to have a look at a video message sent by Mr. Chris Gray, who is the head of sustainability for RNA in Asia Pacific. Over to Chris Gray.
Hello everyone, my name is Chris Gray, the Head of Sustainable Golf and Agronomy in Asia Pacific for the R&A. Firstly, I'd like to thank the Golf Course Superintendents and Managers Association of India for organising the virtual Southeast Asia Golf Show. Today, I'll provide an update on the R&A and golf sustainability. My role as Head of Sustainable Golf and Agronomy is based at the R&A's regional office in Singapore at Sentosa Golf Club. And my primary focus is promoting best sustainability practices for golf and providing agronomic assistance to the R&A's championship events. Working closely with the R&A sustainability and agronomic teams at the home of golf in St Andrews, where golf has been played on the links for over 600 years. At the R&A, we believe that sustainability is a key priority for golf and an important element of the sport's contribution to wider society and the effect the game has on nature and resources, which provide a positive sporting, environmental and social legacy for future generations. Our sustainability agenda can be best described under these three headings: nature, communities and resources. Firstly, nature reflects the environment in which golf is played, its impact on the sport, and the sport's impact on nature. Secondly, communities concerns how golf can benefit the people that live close to a golf facility and the interaction between golf and its neighbours. And finally, the resources agenda considers the requirement for manpower, machinery and materials, and how a sustainable approach to the development and management of golf courses can bring cost savings and enhance revenue opportunities for facilities. Other priorities include setting the standards for sustainability in golf. We do this by supporting the Geo Foundation's certification program for new developments, existing facilities, and also championship events, and to promote the Geo On-Course online platform to the golf industry through our affiliated national associations and federations. And also Golf Course 2030. This is a key program that was established by the R&A in 2018 as an industry initiative to consider the impacts, both positive and negative, of a changing climate, resource constraints, and regulation that affect course condition and playability. We're working with national associations and federations to develop action plans to address course conditioning and playability challenges presented by these factors, and by supporting the research and development of new technologies through our Golf Sustainability Fund for capital projects. Another key priority is greenkeeping support, because without golf courses, there will be no golf. The R&A recognises the role of greenkeepers and superintendents in preparing courses for play and taking care of the environment, which forms an important part of the enjoyment of golf. Greenkeeper education is vital to the future sustainability of the sport. And we do this via our Greenkeeping Scholarship Program, which supports ambitious greenkeepers wishing to advance in the industry. And we're also supporting the Asian Golf Industry Federation and their Certificate in Greenkeeping, where students are guided through a year-long learning process where work is carried out with a combination of classroom, online, and on the golf course learning, with all the work being verified by a mentor superintendent, which is submitted via the online learning portal managed by NZSTI. And finally, as part of our commitment to delivering a sustainable future for golf, we have recently launched an innovative new agronomy service based in Asia Pacific in Singapore. The RNA Sustainable Agronomy Service will provide agronomy expertise to golf facilities to support effective management of golf courses and achieving best practice in sustainability. The RNA Sustainable Agenda is focused on ensuring that golf facilities around the world are taking action now to maintain and enhance the playability of golf courses as the industry faces challenges of resource reduction, climate change, and regulatory changes. The RNA Sustainable Agronomy Service will focus on improving conditioning and operational efficiencies and provide technical knowledge and best practice to greenkeepers. The independent service offers a tailored solution to suit each course's specific requirements while adhering to environmental regulations and taking account of factors such as climate change and resource shortages by delivering future-proof golf courses with maintenance plans that are sustainable. The proceeds generated by the Sustainable Agronomy Service will be reinvested back into the development of the sport through research on turf management, greenkeeper education, and sustainability initiatives to ensure that golf is thriving 50 years from now. Thank you.
Once again, on behalf of the association, I would like to thank RNA for supporting our initiative. We would like to thank Chris Gray for his wonderful message, and we would like to assure RNA that our association stands for sustainability of golf in every aspect, including environmental protection and best practices. We also focus on education of our greenkeepers, and we think that sustainability of golf is the most important and often neglected facet of golf. We are also thankful to our partners from the industry led by Toro, Hunter, Golf Design, AgriCare, Oswal Udyog, and everyone else who have come forward to support this initiative. Without the support of our industrial partners, we would not have been able to achieve anything which we have achieved so far. We are also finally thankful to the Ministry of Tourism of Government of India, in particular to Mr. G. Kamala Vardhan Rao, IAS, who is the Director General of Tourism, Government of India. We thank Indian Golf Tourism Association, led by its president, Mr. Rajan Sehgal, to come forward to support the Southeast Asian Golf Expo. And we'll soon be joined by a power-packed panel led by Mr. G. Kamala Vardhan Rao, IAS, MD and Chairman of Indian Tourism Development Corporation, and also Director General of Tourism, Government of India, Mr. Rajan Sehgal, President, IGTA, Mr. Rajan Kapoor, CMD of Golden Peacock Overseas Incorporated, Mr. Grish Bindra, who I call golf's loss has been hospitality's gain, a former top-level golfer who's a hotelier of repute now, and Mr. Arun Iyer, a pioneer in golf tourism in India. Welcome, gentlemen, to this panel, and I would hand over to Mr. Indrajit Bholotia, one of our topmost professionals and a very well-traveled golfer, to moderate this discussion. Over to you, Indrajit Bholotia.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for introducing everyone. Mr. Rao, I think Mr. Rao's logged on.
I'm here. Good afternoon. Good evening, everybody.
Good evening, sir.
Yeah, I'm very much here.
Welcome to the show. Sir, my first question is to you.
Vijit, you'll have to unmute yourself.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah. Sir, my first question to you is, what is the government doing about promoting golf in the country? If you can just talk a little bit about that.
Well, we have, thank you so much, thank you so much, Mr. Rajan ji and Indrajit ji, and I congratulate this initiative, and I am sure this initiative will lead to many more exciting initiatives in developing golf in this country. So, like with latest thing, Aditi Ashok, coming, positioning herself as fourth in the Olympics, it gives a big boost to the younger generation, not only in the girls side, but also in all the boys are excited to take golf seriously in this country. Well, to reply to your question, Government of India and the Minister of Tourism has always been supporting the development of golf through its policy of niche tourism. So in our tourism policy, we have niche tourism funds are earmarked for this, both for construction of golf courses as well as conducting tournaments. And you know very well that many of the organizations, they are regularly coming to MOT and seeking financial support in conducting the tournaments across the country. And also concentrating on construction of the golf courses. If you know that we spent more than 60 crores rupees to construct a golf course in the Mizoram recently, which was inaugurated last year, and many more to come, depending on the viability and also the proposals which come. We will take it up later. But as far as the promotion is concerned, yes, very much actively involved. Last 2 months back, we have conducted, before the second wave, it was in the month of April, we conducted in Jammu Kashmir. It was incredible under Incredible India. It was completely done by Minister of Tourism, and ITDC was also did this event. So you know, when you cannot certainly compare with the USA, which has got more than 12 to 13,000 golf courses, and Europe and other parts of the country, other parts of the world. But whatever we have, around 230, 240 golf courses, and 180 are owned by the Army golf courses. But you know, getting golf course at right place and try to develop it as a major infrastructure there to attract tourists. We know very well, you know, places like Goa, places like Kerala, and they don't have really good golf courses. You know, in case Goa gets a good golf course, certainly, you know, it's already an international destination, major international destination, beach destination. And imagine if we have two, three golf courses there, 18 hole. The people may come directly from, from Korea, from Japan, and the Chinese people will come through charter flights. You know very well how golf tourism is propagated by other countries. Our endeavor is also to see that we try to reach that level in due course, but attempts have already been made.
Thank you so much, sir. We all get to see Incredible India in almost all the major golf events in India. And I think without the government support, the game has no chance of growing in the country. Thank you so much. We'll be coming back to you, sir.
No, actually, you know, I have requested Mr. Rajanji because I need to go for some other meeting now.
Right.
So I thought I'll speak to you later. So you may excuse me, but then I wish you all the best.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for taking your time out.
Just you have to be present for 2 minutes. If you can make it for 2 minutes, I'll be
Of course, yes. Of course, yes.
So I want to come to Mr. Rajan. Mr. Rajan Sehgal, can you give us a little insight about golf in India as far as the tourism is concerned?
Okay, so thank you very much, GCS and MAI, for giving us this platform. And first of all, you asked Mr. Rao about the contribution of Ministry of Tourism. You can see his presence in the webinar during his busy schedule, which shows that how concerned is the Ministry of Tourism about the segment of golf tourism. So, you know, we are doing a lot. Mr. Rao taken an initiative with Ministry of Tourism and Jammu and Kashmir. And on the 12th and 13th of April, we did a 2 days event where golf was also one of the event. And with the help of Ministry of Tourism and Chamber, we are doing the 4th International Golf Tourism Conclave in Pahalgam. So that's what I want to tell Mr. Rao, that we are really grateful to you. I think that is his first webinar after taking over as the Director General of Ministry of Tourism. So I think you people are all lucky. We are all lucky that he is giving his presence. He has to take a flight now, but he has assured that he will join us. Thank you very much, sir, once again for joining us.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. I wish you all the best.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And now I'll come to the Golf Course Superintendent and Managers Association of India. I think first of all, grateful to you that you are the one who manage and maintain the golf course. I think this is the golf course where we spend 4.5 hours in the fresh air. We take a lot of positive energy in the golf course. We do a lot of networking. And if we are playing with our potential business partner, and if we lose to him, we get a lot of business from him also. So I think this is a beautiful thing. And as far as the golf tourism is concerned, I'll tell you, we had a brainstorming session with Ministry of Tourism in the past 6 to 7 years back to make a golf tourism policy, which they really helped us in making a golf tourism policy under niche tourism. Mr. Arun Ayyar, everybody is sitting here, Girish Indra is sitting here. We all went together, and to take this initiative further, we have formed India Golf Tourism Association, and we are working. Yeah, Mr. A.K. Singh is again working very closely with us. Mr. Vijit is part of our ICTA also. And our aim is to bring India on the international golf tourism map. And in the last few years, we have done 3 international golf tourism conclaves where we have invited at least 40 to 45 golf tour operators from various parts of potential golf tourism countries. They came to India, they interacted with our golf course owners, they interacted with golf tour operators, with hoteliers, with airlines. Then we took them to various golf courses to play. And, and with PhD Chamber of Commerce, every year we do an international golf tourism conclave. It's a 2-day event. Half a day we do panel discussions where we invite again the diplomats, the pro golfers, the golf associations, the golf media. We do lots of brainstorming. Next day, we have a great golf tournament. We already covered cities like Pune, Srinagar, Jaipur, and now we are doing on 8th and 9th October in Pahalgam. So as you know, India is the only country which gives golf throughout the year, which no other country can offer. If you are having a 42 degrees temperature in Delhi or in North, you can take a 1-hour flight and go to Jammu and Kashmir. There are 4 to 5 different golf courses. When a golfer travels with his 15 kilogram of golf bag, he wants to at least play 3 to 4 different golf courses. So we have beautiful golf triangles. We have beautiful golf circuits, whether it's north, east, south, or west. So this is the beauty of India. And we don't only offer golf, but we have golf plus. People play, lots of people are going to Thailand. Nobody culture, history, monuments, cuisine, and shopping, and there are so many things to do, And we have, before this COVID, we have British golfers, and I think Rajan Kapoor, my friend, interacted with them at the Delhi golf course, and they were so amazed after playing 5 rounds of golf at different cities in India, and everybody recommended that people should come and play in India. So golf tourism is doing wonderful, and I think these are the platforms, these are the associations we have to work together to bring India on the golf tourism map. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Rajan Kapoor, I would like to come to you. I believe you're a very keen golfer, and you've played all over the world. So I would just like you to give us some insight about how you see golf tourism, or how we can improve as a golfer. What would you like to see in India? Mr. Kapoor, could you hear me?
Oh, is that question to me?
Yes, yes.
Sorry, I lost. I couldn't hear in between the name who was being addressed.
Okay, okay.
I saw Girish smiling, so I thought it was his turn. But anyway, first of all, Rajan is doing a wonderful job. I like his enthusiasm, and as we were in the same college, and I've seen him how passionate he is in promoting this subject and this area. So all I can share, while coming to this webinar, I was thinking, what can I share? So I was thinking that the experiences that we have abroad in the golf destinations, that is what we need to kind of replicate here. You go to the golf destination, whether Rajan mentioned about Thailand. Now, Thailand has many other reasons also to be there. And but at the same time, there are destinations like when our team won the this tournament, which is called World Corporate Golf Tournament, and we were taken to La Manga in Spain. There is no shopping, there is no nothing, but people who come there, they come with a very keen commitment of playing golf in different surroundings, in different courses. And also there are very few, go to a fine dining restaurant out of our own hotel. We had to drive almost an hour away. But within the hotel, there were good restaurants, and, good places. So I don't think many people left the provinces or left the area and enjoyed playing golf there. So it is important that we try and see how some of the other golf destinations in the world are working. And on the similar lines, because golfers would like to see the same, their convenience of traveling, their convenience of, and then we have many added advantages, as Rajan mentioned, one that we have many season golf courses. Like right now, when I'm talking to you, I'm sitting in a place which is about half an hour away from a golf course, but it's about 300 kilometers from Delhi. So there are choices in cool environments and cool areas. Is one area. So basically, I think we need to kind of duplicate what we see in the other parts of the world, the golf destinations, and that's where the main thing comes, and then adopt it to the Indian way and Indian surroundings and Indian culture. So to start with, this is all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Girish, I'll be coming to you. I mean, we've played golf for over 30 years, and you've been a very highly competitive national golfer. And you're in the industry. So Girish, what are your views, especially, post-COVID? How do we get back and do better in the golf industry, especially with the tourism angle?
Firstly, I want to thank President Arun as well as President Rajan for getting me on this webinar. I think it's a privilege to be here. And I think what is very important as we move on is, to get tourism going, hotels are very important. So for me, just what I keep trying to do is convert, make golf-friendly hotels. In fact, in one of our sessions in Jaipur, which Rajan had mentioned, I had also said this, that I would also go ahead and get all the general managers of assets involved in golf, because today like exactly what Rajan Kapoor said, you know, when you went to La Manga and you go to this international destination, those hotels are actually ready to receive golfers. But here, I think 95% of our hoteliers don't even know what golfers, what their need is. And that's very, very important. And, you know, I'll give you a small example. I had someone walk in who was staying in my hotel. There were 4 guests from the US. And I suddenly, when I walked in the morning at 9 o'clock, I saw golf bags at the concert. And I said, who's this guest? And then I walked up to the guest and I spoke to them, and they were in Delhi. And they said, we are looking around a place. So can you imagine what I did for them? I mean, I set them up the Delhi Golf Club for a game. I set them up at JP for a game. I set them up at DLF for a game. And they just couldn't believe it. So this is what is required. And more hotels must get golf friendly to actually push tourism. Post-COVID, you've actually seen that we have a very, very strong domestic golf circuit also. We have very good golf courses. And there are golfers growing by every day. You see more and more golfers coming up, especially like what Mr. Rao said, after Aditi has done wonders there. I mean, I think this is the right time to break into all these smaller cities and even push domestic tourism, because for us, we just need 2 4-balls. You know, you're all golfers sitting here on this panel, I can see. You just need 2 4-balls, get into a car, drive to Chandigarh, drive to Agra. You can, for the international circuit, you do Delhi, Agra, Jaipur. Jaipur is a reasonable golf course. Delhi has 7 courses in and around. Agra needs some help. So I think these are the things we need to feature on it, because once they finish this, the ladies can go out shopping and doing kind of stuff, but they also must be some sightseeing involved, some other Indian culture that you must offer to your international clients. So that's the way I look at it. I mean, Arun is one of the bigger guys who gets in people and gets in groups into the country, as well as he sends golfers out, and he manages these youngsters, you know, doing these JTB and these small tournaments, which is the need of the hour, and that's how you actually improve and move on this on the golf circuit. So that's the way I would look at this whole thing. We have enough destinations. You talk about Shillong, half the people have not even played there. It's a beautiful. It's just mind blowing. Pahalgam,
especially on a clear day, you see the entire Himalayan range.
Absolutely, you played all those tournaments here.
Yeah.
The Shillong Open, Meghalaya Open, and all that. I mean, it's like bliss. So that's the way I look at it. You go to a small place like Vizag, you know, people have not even heard of it, but what a beautiful golf course they've created there. And it's a naval golf course, and it's outstanding. And there's so much to do there. You have a beach there, you have a course there, it's a real little party town. So, you know, these are the things we need to have the tourism ministry to push. And I'm glad Mr. Rao in the first fortnight that he's taken over as the DG is come out with it. Because I know in the last event, Mr. Arvind Singh and Rupinder Brar were there pushing it, and the tourism ministry is definitely pushing it. So I think it's us guys, you know, like I said, even last time, you have the dance floor, but we have to get there and dance. We've got to get the people there. And I think that's the way to do it.
Thanks, Girish. Before I go to Mr. Arun Iyer, I just wanted to add, you know, golf, I think is a unique sport when it comes to tourism, because that's the only sport where people actually travel and play. You'll rarely hear someone going to go and play tennis, you know, he wants to go on tennis tourism or on badminton or on people go for a football match, or they go for a football tournament or a cricket tournament. But golf is the only sport, I think, where people go out and want to play different golf courses. So I think it's a fantastic, opportunity for us to, you know, break through and get people from across the world, especially our neighboring countries. Mr. Iyer, you are very, very involved with doing tournaments, with doing events as well as tourism. Why don't you give us your take on especially events connected to tourism?
First of all, let me thank all the sponsors for having me here. It's giving us an opportunity to express ourselves and make some value possible from the whole discussion that we have. Globally, as per the last data at the IGTM, which I attended in Morocco, 55 million golfers travel worldwide on golfing vacation. And India is, unfortunately, even though we get about 10.8 million inbound tourists, the number of golfers coming into play is very, very little. And globally, golfers spend more money than anybody. That's the known fact. But what happens is we need to change this perception of India not being just a cultural or a spiritual or a yoga or a Ayurvedic center, to add a plus of golf to it, so that the perception of people coming here is just not restricted only to this thing. When we say that we have such golf courses, and we have done. The second way, and you spoke about the events, is like we should have a signature event. We should learn from the best practices that have been practiced by other countries around. So, for example, previously, before this government change, Sri Lanka used to conduct the annual event called the Sri Lankan Golf Classic. And I have attended two of the events. Fortunately, 500 and 600 people would come from different parts of the world to come and play there. It would be a 5-6 day mela. The airline, the government would do wine, dine, and dance. But people would then go to from Colombo. The event would be for 3 days. Then people will then go to Nuwara Eliya and other places. So that's a kind of way they had that. And similarly, Bulgaria does another program where they do the Cape Kaliaraka Cup, where 3 rounds of golf are played in 3 different golf courses, the Thracian Place, the other 2, the Lighthouse, or the Black Sea Rama, every year. And, hundreds of golfers worldwide come there and play. If we can have a signature cup called Incredible India Cup, where people are coming from all over the world, and this becomes an event in itself in terms of a government sponsored event where we all as tour operator bring in our people. We as association bring in the media, get some tour operators on familiarization, and make it a standard event that goes into different cities in India in different time. Every year it's a different city. It's not restricted to only Delhi, Agra, Jaipur. You have the Bangalore circuit, you have the Northeast circuit. So what happens is then every year, if it becomes an annual event, then there is somebody looking forward to coming and playing. Now we have reinvented ourselves, and this year we are doing something called the parent-child tour or the longest drive tour. These are the kinds of events that we have started and as a pioneer into this industry. And fortunately, now again, with the pandemic going down, we are able to schedule it, and the Ministry of Tourism is also happy to support. But like Girishji said about the domestic tourism, we have one big hurdle there. The one biggest hurdle in the domestic tourism is taking your golf baggage in the domestic flights. You got to have either a small, kind of a mini kit that you can carry. Otherwise, just now, I just wanted to share my experience of coming to Kashmir to play golf and back. Well, I had to pay nearly 8,000 to 9,000 rupees on excess baggage. The guys didn't leave you. Like you said, this is what it is. So this kind of, if you have, so what will happen is people will either come and say Bangalore, they will play that area where they can go by surface and they will fly out. You can't have people flying in domestic with the golf bag. So in fact, during the Kashmir visit, I spoke to Arvind Singh Ji, and he said he was in the Civil Aviation Ministry before, and he will understand the need. And as an association, we are also approaching him that fix a standard tariff for sports equipment, be it a cricket set or be it a golf kit. May the person 1,000 rupees, 2,000 rupees, then we know it's a part of the deal. Not that at the airport one goes and he's made to charge. So these are all the small kind of things we have to
because I think a golf set weighs about 15 kilos. On an average, if you take a
12
golf
kilos,
set.
you can say every year.
Yeah.
So this is one of the issues. Secondly, we also can have some good brand ambassadors for golf. In fact, Bulgaria has chosen Shiv Kapoor as their ambassador. Thailand has chosen Vani Kapoor. We have now recently selected Kapil Dev Ji as he's a legend, no doubt. But the golfers in Germany would not know him. If we should have somebody from the PGA or American Asian Tour or the European Tour top golfer as our ambassador. That's where it would make a more difference. And also, of course, we have our Aditi, a golfer being a golf ambassador rather than a cricketer would be my take, because I do have a lot of respect for Kapilji for his cricket and is of course good golfer, but as a sport, as he's identified as a cricketer, not as a golfer. That was just my take. Yeah.
Right. Mr. Sehgal, a little bit, if you can shed some light on, what we are actually doing about this golf equipment. I mean, me being a professional golfer and having played the last 30 years, I've been at the real end of, getting to pay, I think, lakhs and lakhs of rupees in excess baggage over. Sometimes it made more sense to fly business class, because the amount of money you would pay, you would rather fly business class and carry the golf set. So what are we really doing about it, Mr. Sehgal?
Yeah, it's a very good point. Like Thailand, Thai Airways waive off the golf bag. They don't charge you for the golf bag. But we have taken up this. We have a regular golf tourism meetings with Ministry of Tourism, where this point has already been conveyed to the Civil Aviation Ministry that please charge fixed price for a golf bag or any sports equipment. But I think now our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji met the Olympians yesterday at his house, and he asked them to give in writing what are the challenges they are facing. So I think we should also add this point in that. Otherwise, I think on a lighter note, whenever you are, Girish Bindra is traveling, he raised the stakes of betting in the golf, to cover up the excess baggage charges, So this is on a lighter note, but we have taken up this thing, and I think we'll do something. At least airlines like Indigo, because they are on our panel also, and we'll definitely take this point in this. And other things also, like the connectivity wise, the hotels which are very close, that there are some courses, the private courses which are not giving slots to foreign tourists. We have to, when we make the golf itineraries, we have to make sure that they travel, they play golf during the weekdays, So these are the things, which we are doing. And in fact, last year, the Ministry of Tourism invited all the stakeholders from all over India. We had a one-day session, and lots will be happening. And I think with Mr. Rao taking over as GM, and he's again an avid golfer. So let's see if we can bring some good results.
Right, thanks. Girish, I wanted to come to you because it's quite interesting. There are so many golf courses, around. There's a lot of hotels around the golf courses. What would you, if you had to give like 5 points on how the hotel should look at promoting golf, what would be your 5 points that you would tell the GMs of the hotels or to the board of the hotels on how to promote golf or attract golfers?
Energy, what is happening now is, there are certain hotels that are getting into this. They are even putting up simulators. But my first point would be to, just start with a putting green, because all hotels have vast land and you just need a small patch, just to inculcate the interest, even if the non-golfer, if you just inculcate their interest and create a putting green. Because I remember many years back when I used to be at the Park Royal, the Intercontinental, I created this putting green and I did a little competition at the bar. And we had about 40 odd golfers in the Delhi Golf Club and we had great fun. So this is the kind of stuff that you need to do. That is, one thing which will push it and people will start talking about it. I know Taj Palace has a putting green. I know Eros has. So this is something that, is important. And then you start pushing it and tell people that this is what is available. Second thing, what I would like to do is, because a golfer has different kind of needs. Now, especially when you're playing in the morning, you want to get out. If you have a tee off at 6:15 or 6:30 in the morning, you do not want to have a heavy breakfast. You can have a slight, a packed breakfast or a light breakfast. You can do a takeaway. These are the kind of things that the hotels must understand, because, you should ensure that the rooms are not put next to a lift, because if you want to sleep in peace, especially when you're going to play an event, a tournament, say if your room is next to a lift, the lift will be banging up and down, and you can't get a sound sleep. These are small things. You should ensure that your housekeeping staff is not bothering you. Your requests are met. Things like this are very, very important. So I actually was having a discussion with Mr. Rajan Sehgal the last time, and I was saying that maybe we should do something for the hospitality trade, just to do a seminar or do some kind of a workshop and invite about 30, 40 general managers, maybe from big chains, and then, let it penetrate down so they can talk to rest of the people, maybe the sales people, plus the GMs, and that will help, because, they have to understand what it is. And even if you have to do a special course and give them a special sort of a tariff to go on the driving range and get involved, because I keep trying to tell them that, golf is one game where you have 4.5 hours of time with an individual. I mean, the kind of business that's done on the golf course is crazy, because you have a one-on-one time there. You can't do that in a boardroom, and you can't do that in an office. So these are the kind of things. Rajan is laughing because he understands where I'm coming from. Because we do a lot of talking when we are playing together. So these are some of the things that they must understand. And this is something, I think we will move forward with this and try and do a workshop, a 2-day workshop. Maybe we'll take Arun's help, and we'll do something like that to invite some of the non-golfers. They have a few general managers who are golfers, but it's always good to get more in the bag to push the sport.
Right, even little things. I mean, especially hotels which are around golf courses, even the bell desk, just to get a reassurance from them that they'll handle your golf set properly and not put it on the trolley upside down. Little things. I think just if the bell desk is a little sensitized in these hotels, especially the ones which are, around golf courses or looks after golf clubs, a golfer feels, I remember guarding my golf set all the way to the room, or sometimes, I just carry my golf set up because I'm not sure how the bellboy is going to bring it up to my room. So little things, I think a course would definitely help.
Yeah, I agree with you. In fact, I'll give you a little incident, because holiday in Panchkula, which is in Chandigarh, that gentleman used to report into me. And I went there when I took over that hotel, and I had a chat with all the front office guys, and I said, the golf course is actually, it's less than 50 yards from the exit of the gate, and you just walk there. And there's one row of rooms that actually overlook the golf course. So I told him the first thing you'll need to do is you need to hike the price by 2,000 rupees and say, this is golf view rooms. I said, because this is something that you need to do, and this is how you make money. At the same time, you must understand everyone must be golf friendly in the hotel, whether it's a chef, and a lot of events, we've done a lot of events there, because a lot of people now, when they go to play tournaments there, they stay in that hotel. And I told them, I said, you can't give sagwala meat and you can't give butter chicken there, because the diet also has to be very golf friendly and tournament friendly. So these are little things, like you said, the bellboys, the front office, all these things make so much of a difference.
Right. So Mr. Sehgal, this is for both, I think Mr. Sehgal as well as Mr. Iyer. So just feel free to come in. What kind of events are you looking at to promote the game? I think just to, give you a little idea also, I think with the pandemic, golf has got a new life, because the golf was on a downtrend worldwide. People found golf to be too time consuming. And today, suddenly golf is the game what people want to play, because it's probably the safest sport. So how do we, as being in the travel industry, how do we actually take advantage of this with events and things? So this is for both, this is actually open to everybody. So please come in, whoever wants to. Mr. Sehgal,
I'd like to say a few things.
Sure, Mr. Kapoor.
Getting certain, the bell desk, as Girish pointed. I think the bell desk, let's say in a place like Delhi, the bell desk should be fully aware about which are the golf courses where you can go and play, pay, or you need to be a member. etc. And how far is it, etc. This information, I think, you can, as an association, take this initiative by availing all the hotels to at least the people at the bell desk should know surely about, they do know about where the shopping center is, where this is that, but golf course and which are the golf courses they are free to go and play. It's not just a question of there are golf courses and you don't need to be a member during the weekday, etc., etc. So that's important. Also reminds me, when you talk about hotels, my company used to conduct a golf tournament here, where I am right now, in the Nainital area. And here is a small golf course, though it's an 18-hole golf course in the governor's house. And we conducted this tournament for almost 8-10 years. And the main issue used to be with the golfers, where would they stay, So hotels was a problem, especially in the season time we did the tournament. And then it used to be that people would, soon after the tournament, they may not even stay for prizes. They want to go back, etc. So those are the things. Although I would like to share one interesting episode that I had at Delhi Golf Club, that how golfers connect with each other. Now, if that will give you a hint for your own promotions or what you're aspiring. It so happened that we were playing golf, and after the 9th hole, we were going to sit at the Annexe, and I saw these 4 Sikh gentlemen who were looking a little lost, but because they were wearing different kind of pagdi, so I thought they are not from here. They look more like NRIs. So I approached them and I asked them, I said, can I help you? So they say that, look, we are golfers. We've come here to see Delhi Golf Club. And now, before going back, we see a lot of people sitting in the sun and having food. And we wanted to have, the waiter told us that, look, you're not members. And so I just held one of their hands and took them to the pub. And it used to be open outside at the pub. I made them sit there. I signed for them. And I said, eat and drink what you like. So they had kebab, whatever they had. And after the 18th hole, when I came back, they were waiting for me because they had checked with the waiter what the bill was. And it was 7,000 odd rupees or something like that. So they wanted to give me the cash. I said, no, there's no need, etc. My golfing friends, my other 4 balls said, why are you paying for them? I said, no, it's all right. Yeah, they are guests from abroad and things like that. So it happened, and I signed for them. And then we changed the numbers. And I said, when I'm in London next, because I go often and play golf in London. So I told them, when I'm there next, I'll give you a call. Now, to cut the story short, after 2 months, I go to London. I was picked up from the airport by these people, put in a Cessna aircraft, taken to Scotland for a 3-day fully paid golf that I had. So, I've tried to tell you how the golfers can connect with each other and how they repay. And one would never have thought that you're signing a 7,000 rupees bill for them, and it will be so much. Now we are very good friends, and they hardly come here, but when I go there, I play golf with them. So golfing community, or the people who golf, have a different, outlook, and how they behave and how they also, once I attended this exhibition, which is I think the annual exhibition that is held in Florida, I think Orlando or somewhere, the International Golf by PGA. So there were so many clothing stands were there. Half the exhibition was clothing stands. So I went to one of the leaders, clothing leader. I said, what is the percentage of your clothes that you sell to golfers and non-golfers? So I wasn't surprised. He told me that more than 60% of the golf clothing is worn by non-golfers. So people are proud to wear. So that's about the clothing or getting associated with golf, because a lot of these builders are announcing new buildings and saying golf this and golf that, whereas there's no golf around. But this is a brand that is encashed so much. So we should look at how to encash it more and more.
Right. So, Mr. Sehgal, just coming to you, what what are the plans to actually take advantage of this situation?
The members among us, we are, there is no inbound, no outbound happening at the moment. The entire world is at standstill, but domestic tourism is happening. The golf courses are open right from Jammu Kashmir to deep south. So what we golf tour operators are doing, we are promoting golf tourism. We were motivating golfers from North India to go and play in South. We are, bringing people from Ahmedabad, from Calcutta to play in Srinagar, because it's a total different world for them. They were playing at Royal Calcutta Club or Polygon, but now when they played at Pahalgam or Srinagar, it's a totally different world for them, totally different experience. They thought we never experienced this kind of golf, living in Calcutta. So we are concentrating on golf, domestic golf tourism in a big way. And as you know, all the travel industry is suffering a lot from this pandemic, whether it's an airline, hotel, or a travel agent. So I think this is the right move to make good money by selling domestic golf packages, because the golfer don't compromise with the quality, whether it's a hotel or a golf course or a transport. So we are working hard to do a golf tours. And as I informed you that we believe in continuity, so this international annual golf tourism conclave, we keep on going. And with Mr. Rao, we started this tournament in Srinagar where Mr. annual cup in different cities of India every year. So this is our next move. And being the president or being the Association of India Golf Tourism, I am working very closely with state tourism boards and with Ministry of Tourism to upgrade the golf course of Agra. In Agra, there are hundreds and five-star deluxe hotels, but now sometimes infrastructure is not a plus point, is a weak point. We have given beautiful fast train to Agra. We have a Yamuna Expressway. So people reach in Agra in 1.5 hours to 2 hours, but after seeing Taj and Agra Fort, they have nothing to do in Agra. So they just move to Delhi or go to Jaipur. So we are, after the UP state, that why don't you upgrade this 9-hole golf course? The hoteliers are willing to upgrade or to sponsor each course. And then in Madhya Pradesh, Goa or Kerala, we have to build some decent golf courses, very good golf courses, to increase the number of nights, whether it's an international travel or a domestic traveler. The best part of golf is if you have 2-3 golf courses, it means a golfer will play 3 rounds of golf. So 3 to 4 nights he will definitely spend in that city or in that state, which means a great boost to the economy for the state, for the hotel, for the employment, the caddies, the restaurants, shopping. So these is our main motive, which we are working very hard.
Mr. Iyer, I just want to add, just change my question to you a little bit. How do we get the South golfers to go and play in the North? Or how do we get the North golfers to go and play in Ahmedabad? Ahmedabad's got some really nice golf courses. So how do you see, moving golfers, say, from the South to the North, or, from the North to the West? What kind of activity does the industry need to do to take them there?
See, there are 2 challenges to it. Okay, a southerner, if he takes a Malaysian airline flight from Chennai to Kuala Lumpur, he gets his golf bag free, and he goes on a weekend and he comes back. The earlier we spoke about bringing these people on both the sides is the biggest hurdle is the airline baggage policy. If we can, do that, That is going to be fast. It is not that people are not traveling. We have to create events and create the events in such a way that people start participating. What we have done from our company side is we have created 2 new national events this year, which is one is called the First Parent-Child Tournament, where the father and son or the mother and a daughter can become a partner, or even a grandfather and grandson can become a partner and they can play. And this is the concept that we introduced, and it has come out well. And in fact, the first tournament was supposed to be in April 17th. It got postponed due to the lockdown, but it's taking place in October. And from then onwards, we are taking it to Bangalore and Chandigarh and Pune. That's one is happening. And we also started the first time the Asia's first longest drive. This was normally seen only on television channel, on golf channel, that how things are happening in Australia or US. People are hitting 420 yards, and that we have a lot of guys from Chandigarh who can blow much bigger swing and do that. So this kind of entertainment we are bringing in, and we did the first event in Kolkata, which was a huge success. We had 80 golfers who participated. And we literally had to, go till the sundown to, finalize it. Secondly, doing these kind of events are encouraging the domestic tourism. And most importantly, the juniors. We have not discussed the juniors. I have been doing the Indian Golf Union Western India feeder tour for the last 3 years. During this pandemic, when there were a little bit of opportunities got opened, we did the Indian Western India Junior Open. The kind of children they came and played, we did all the COVID protocol policies, and the parents are also very encouraging. These kids were sitting at home, not able to go out and play, and they just came out in hundreds from Ahmedabad, Goa, children, Karnataka, people coming down to Pune and in Mumbai and play the Western India Junior Open. So there is one thing is we need to create a lot of infrastructure of training activity. We don't have any kind of, say, in a Mumbai, place like Mumbai, if you want to go and play, even learn golf, it's actually impossible because you have either one or two driving range, which is just, far away and it's not equipped to handle. So building infrastructure, like Rajanji said, with the quality golf courses, we need to bring in the college students right from the next generation into the field. And then that's how we're going to make a real change for the mass of our country, which has a population, and this golfing community is willing to spend, we will be able to take a best advantage.
Right. I think we are running out of time. So, Girish, I just want to come to you on one point. If you remember, Girish, Maurya Sheraton had the first launch monitor in India, and we would, go out there and actually try out hitting golf balls. I think Leela also has a launch monitor now in Bangalore. And but wouldn't, not only putting a launch monitor, but even putting a putt-putt, where you have a 9-hole putting, crazy putting kind of a green in a hotel, you don't really need much space. Don't you think, Girish, something like that can also help hotels just get that little edge over someone who's at par with them in the other facilities?
Absolutely, I agree with you 100%. In fact, that's what I said earlier. I think it's important because I think that's how you create the interest. If you do that little thing and then whole little putting competitions with a drink in the evening and around the bar and stuff, and it's
in fact, Maurya had that golf bar, if you remember.
That's right.
Sometime,
those days I used to be with ITC.
Right. Okay.
So all this used to happen. But just coming back to one point that Arun has just said, and regarding events and getting North and South together, we need to do a 3-prong attack here. You need to get the airlines, you need to get hotels, and you need to get the golf courses together on one page. The minute you can do that and then create this whole infrastructure, and then get people from the south to do, even if you have to, fly to Ahmedabad, do a nice event there. The minute we can get all these 3 together, you won the battle. You will not have an issue because then you get special fares, you can get your golf bags free, you can get decent rates in hotels, and you have a golf, and make it an annual event. I mean, I'm sure Rajan will agree with me when I say this, because I think this is what the need of the hour is. I think we need to put these things together, get these 3 basic thing, your golf course, hotels, and your airlines. This is tourism. The minute you can get these on one page, you'll succeed.
One.
Right. Mr. Sehgal, I think we just got a minute, so I think we have the last word from you.
So, just to outcome, it's always better to bring some result out of the webinar. So I think we are grateful you are given. And before 15th of September, I assure you, Girish, I am coming to you maybe tomorrow or day after. We do the general managers meet by 10th of September. We finish this off. And second thing, which is very important, because hotels are looking for different kind of business, and this will be a plus point for them to teach them how to make golf-friendly hotels. So thank you, GCS and MEI, for giving this platform, and one result we have given you. And secondly, we have to be very quick in our decision, which I am telling ministry also. I just give you a small example. Over a breakfast meeting with the tourism minister of Mauritius for half an hour, he said, you kindly do a promotion for my country among Indian golfers, Mauritius, a golf tourism destination. And within a week, he gave me sanction to do 3 cities golf tour, one in Delhi, one in Bangalore, one in Mumbai. And, we got 100 corporates, different 100 corporates in each city, and 2 winners from each city were invited to Mauritius to play the golf event. I think lots of people from this panel has played that tournament. They've been to Mauritius, and, they were honored like anything. And the best part of Mauritius is when it is the summer in India, this is winter in Mauritius, and it's an off season for them. So these kind of things we have to also promote. And I think with all your help and together we can do wonders. Thank you once again very much.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. We'll be ending the webinar at the moment. It's just one thing that I want to put across. The only positive thing I think that has come out of the pandemic is probably that golf has got a new life. And I think the tourism industry has really, really been hurt, just like the golf industry and other sports industry. And I think we will be the first to bounce back because this is a game which is there to stay now. And I think golf will bounce back. So I think we are looking at a good time ahead. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you so much for watching. We will be ending this now. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you.
Meet the future of fairway mowing. The Realmaster 5010H from Toro. This is the industry's first and only fairway mower with a true hybrid drive system, providing an average fuel savings of 20%, with plenty of power to perform in the toughest turf conditions. Toro's hybrid design also ensures that the reel speed stays consistent, so you'll get a superior cut along with reduced service time and maintenance expense. And the Realmaster 5010H delivers all the quality, performance, and reliability that you expect from a Toro. Hybrid innovation starts with Toro's exclusive Power Match technology. Power Match monitors operating conditions in real time, then uses the mower's diesel engine in combination with a 48-volt battery pack to distribute the precise amount of power required for any given set of conditions. You'll get all the power you need, 40+ horses, but only when you need it. That means the power to perform with no waste. The Realmaster 5010H is a winner when it comes to reliability too. It's built on Toro's proven 5010 platform and uses our industry-leading DPA cutting units, groomers, and other accessories. The electrically powered cutting units deliver a consistent cut with a more efficient design and no hydraulic fluid to contend with. That makes them easier to service and maintain, a real savings to your bottom line. So if you're ready for a future where fuel efficiency, sustainability, and great performance rule, check out the first fairway mower with a true hybrid drive system. The Realmaster 5010H, only from Toro. Count on it.
Well, again, thank you to all the panel speakers on that wonderful panel. Very informative panel there, discussion there. Before we move on to the next panel, we've been receiving a lot of comments and questions from the audience. So thank you so much for that and keep them coming. Regarding a couple of comments, especially from Mr. Arvind, we've got a couple of panel discussions lined up for tomorrow and day after, where we'll be discussing about development of golf at the grassroots level, as well as different careers in the golf industry. So I'm sure most of the questions that you've put up here would be answered tomorrow as well as day after. So stay tuned, and we'll share the schedule for tomorrow also by the end of the day. Now moving on, next we have Mr. Gareth Knight from the Toro company. He is the regional manager, sales manager for Toro. He's been with Toro for a very long time. He's a very experienced and invested, passionate professional. Made a number of visits in India to support a lot of golf courses here and the back-end services for Toro. Unfortunately, Mr. Gareth Knight couldn't make it personally, but he has been very kind enough to send a video reel of the presentation. So over to Mr. Gareth Knight from the Toro company.
My name is Gareth Knight, and I am the regional manager for the Toro company. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the GCS and MIA for the webinar series and the opportunity for the Toro company to sponsor it over the next 3 days. We have some very insightful information coming over the next 3 days for covering irrigation, equipment and service. What I will be doing today is introducing some key product equipment for India. The first product I'd like to introduce to you is the Toro Realmaster 3575. This is a key product within our fairway and sports fields and grounds applications. This unit is based and structured around our Realmaster 3100, however has 5 of the large 22-inch DPA cutting units, producing the same width of cut as our larger four-wheel drive machines. I'll introduce a video now so that you can see the product in all its glory, and we will be able to then go through some key features.
Power, performance, all packed into a lightweight fairway mower that is the ultimate in productivity. Introducing the Toro Realmaster 3555 and 3575. With 100-inch cutting width and Toro's innovative newly designed 5 or 7-inch reels, you'll always get that superior aftercut appearance Toro is famous for. The 3-wheel design is over 20% lighter and perfectly balanced with a low center of gravity, which makes it gentle on your turf. This design also increases maneuverability. Tighter turnarounds don't just save a significant amount of time, they also save wear and tear. The Realmaster 3555 and 3575 were engineered for optimal efficiency. The low drag seals and low friction bearings on the new Edge series cutting reels had 3 horsepower, or better than 10% power back to an already efficient traction circuit. This gives the 24.8 horsepower engine more than enough power for challenging mowing and traction conditions, even when running groomers and brushes. And when you have to tackle slopes, traction is key. This Realmaster is outfitted with Toro's unique series parallel 3-wheel drive system, which prevents wheel slips and increases traction. This ultra-efficient traction system, combined with the perfectly balanced weight, adds up to excellent hill climbing and hillside stability, even in wet mowing conditions. When designing this new Realmaster, we kept simplicity in mind as well. If you've got other Toro mowers in your fleet, your crew will easily adapt to the common operator platform. And simplified maintenance with a fully accessible engine, hydraulics, and cutting units means less time in the shop and more time on the turf. Big performance in a lightweight mower. That's the Toro Realmaster 3555 and 3575. Only from Toro. Count on it.
As you can see there's some obviously huge benefits from the Realmaster 3575. Just to run through some key features now. Obviously it's the lightweight design. Again, this is extremely important when the wet season is coming through the region. It allows this unit to be able to get out onto the golf course more so than a larger, heavier 4-wheel drive machine. As mentioned earlier, this is a proven chassis and it's of a strong build quality from the Toro company. The 3100 is a successful unit for us, and again, that design made perfect sense to base this lightweight structure and lightweight fairway mower for the region. With obviously all real technology and bed knife technology from the Toro company, this is equipped with the Edge series reels and bed knives. The Edge series is obviously a unique product and patented to the Toro company. It provides longevity and maintains a longer edge retention, so it's less grinding and less downtime. So it's a key feature to keep your operation very efficient and effective. Obviously, in turn, you have the superior quality of cut with the best technology in industry, producing a far superior after cut appearance with Edge series and with the Toro DPA cutting unit. This unit is mentioned with the 22-inch DPA cutting units. Again, as mentioned earlier, this actually is the same width of cut as our larger four-wheel drive units, and it comes with optional accessories, including groomers and power brushes. The unit has a 24.8 Kubota diesel engine, same as obviously the 3100 and 3500 Sidewinder series. This is obviously a good element because it's keeping all of your engines and service parts the same through the fleets. This machine is very easy to maintain, as you'll see from the picture bottom right. It's very easy to access all areas on this unit, and again, it's familiar technology for your workshop staff because they will obviously have service similar machines on that platform. Again, the platform is also very familiar for your staff to be able to use the machine. It also comes with the Toro parallel three-wheel drive system, again proven in the industry, and there's full Toro genuine parts available for this machine, and they will also be available from your local distributor. So moving on, I'd like to discuss the new Toro pedestrian mower series from Toro. This was introduced beginning of this year, and we can move on to the next slide to be able to show you the old series where we had the Flex 2120 moving into the new Flex 1021. Obviously, the very successful GR1000 throughout India has been succeeded with the GR 1021. There's lots of features and benefits, and I'd like to play a video for you to be able to see those, and then we can go through some of the key areas.
The perfect green. The crown jewel of every course. It's what every golfer remembers. It's what every course strives to achieve. And it's what Toro obsesses over every single day.
I don't want to diminish the importance of any aspect of a golf course, but the greens really are what people leave the golf course talking about.
Greens in general are like sacred ground. If there's any one place that you want to make sure is perfect, it's the green.
Times have changed and practices have changed. Over the years, we cut a lot lower than we used to cut. The ball roll is a lot more important. The speed and the trueness of the ball roll than it used to be, and the workforce has changed.
With greens mowers, we're continually working on innovating. In this case, we've taken a new perspective on the new Walk Greens mower that we're developing. We've collected a lot of information, detailed information. Diversity of perspective from customers is really what helps us drive innovation.
So we focused on talking to superintendents and watched greenkeepers. How are they actually performing their tasks? The maintenance technicians, what were they really doing after the product was used for the day, and how were they maintaining it? Because the more we understood those, the better we could do at developing that next generation of product.
Our engineering department was really very helpful to culminate all those features into one product.
So our goal was to actually make the machine feel lighter to the operator, but yet still have it track very cleanly.
So when you get to the green, you make that turnaround, it feels so much lighter and handles so much easier.
One of the great advantages of this product is actually the telescoping control handle.
The operator can easily adjust it to the right height.
When you get the handle in the right position, it makes a huge difference because ergonomically, you're not bending at the wrong place, you're not applying forces in the wrong position. All those things are tied together to give you a better quality of cut.
We really looked at lifetime service fills for the lubrication. We tried to get rid of any belt adjustments. We decided to go with a full gear drive transmission and expect a full lifetime out of that transmission.
So many features which make this a really outstanding product which customers really will be happy with.
The concept of perfect balance is really the balance between the machine itself and the operator. And when the ergonomics are right for the operator, it results in great quality of cut for the superintendent, for the golf course, and for the players.
One of the most important things to the Toro company is research and development. Again, a lot of time, effort, and finances go into this to make sure not only the product is right, but we continue to make updates to our product range as well. The Toro Series 1000 was actually designed and built through a lot of key people through Japan, so it has very much an Asia feel. One of the key points is obviously the weight, as mentioned in the video. This is not only positive for operators when turning, but also it's positive for the turf, and the turning areas on the outside will reduce the fact that you won't need turning boards. Another key point is that this is a very, very easy to use platform, and it will be excellent to be able to train new staff. Again, through the series, the operator deck is exactly the same. So whether it's the engine or the console at the top, everything is going to feel familiar when operating this unit. You have obviously the proven strong Toro build quality. This unit will be available in our family series of 18, 21 and 26 inch diameters. The Toro contour following, regardless whether it's one of our triplexes or one of it's our walk mowers, is the best in industry. And with this unit in particular, it has both excellent contour following for the fixed head and also the flex head. Again, Edge Series is a key point here, providing superior quality of cut through our DPA technology, in turn providing first-class after-cut appearance. These come hand in hand and is very much a focus for the Toro company. As mentioned, reels and bed knives will be Edge Series on this unit, and it maintains the edge retention longer, less grinding, less maintenance, less downtime. Again, something that was looked at by the Toro company and key for the operation. Identical design between the fixed and flex chassis and control panel, as I mentioned earlier. It was a real key focus to make sure that the fleets are unique but also familiar for operations. Through the industry, we're now seeing the proven Honda engine GX120 out onto walk machines. Again, this was a good choice for the Toro company. It's efficient, and again, it's very strong for the capability through Asia. This unit is very easy to maintain. It's only engine servicing, as you will have seen from the video. It's a grease for life transmission. We see through maintenance, particularly in Asia, the shortage of maintenance on a lot of product, and we wanted to opt for no greasing on units and rollers, and decide to make the decision to go with sealed bearings. This has been a positive and well received through the region. And again, talking about the platform and the familiar design through the models, this keeps everything in a line with your operation. Adjustable handlebar assembly, you would have seen from the video. It gives a different range of height for operators. This in turn actually helps reduce fatigue, particularly if the unit is too large for you or too small. And again, it helps add performance to not only the turf, but your operators. The handle isolation stops influence on the handlebars. If you do put pressure onto handlebars, either back or forward, it will affect the height of cut. And again, having this isolation feature has been a huge benefit for aftercut appearance. Easy neutral engagement on the transmission. Again, we wanted to make sure that things were easy with operation. We have an easy, quick, real speed adjustment for the high and low feature. This helps with the clip rate, particularly if you have stress areas, maybe through drought, or you're trying to protect the perimeter cuts of a golf green. Having the high-low feature, which is very easily adjusted on the traction unit itself, you can quickly go between high and low clip rate. Again, in turn, producing the best option for the turf. On the GR1021, we have a 2-position drum feature. This actually helps with different performance and will be able to give you different high and low heights of cut. So in the shorter position, we would look to make green cut applications, and in the wider position, which is a 2-inch diameter, this is designed for tee applications or maybe green surrounds. As you'll see pictured in the top right, we've got our control panel feature. You can see the new bail design, fingertip throttle, the new whiteboard feature. This is something that we've got feedback from superintendents from around the world that don't like writing or putting stickers on mowers. So we decided to put a small whiteboard feature on there. This is excellent for providing operator notes, height of cut, or mow direction details for the operator when out into the field. Again, through the Toro 1000 Walker series, we have a full range of genuine parts. And again, these will be available from IPI or Surge in market. This next model is the Toro Triflex 3420 Hybrid. Again, another key machine for India. We have had huge success with this, particularly at Delhi Golf Club, the Troon golf course. This unit features electric motors, and we'll play a video for you now so you can see the key features, and then we'll discuss them. Thank you. As you would have seen, there was obviously lots of very key benefits from the 3420 hybrid unit. One of obviously the dominant features is the all-electric Toro technology for the reels. This is for the hybrid unit only. We obviously do have this machine in full hydraulic. Again, you have the benefits from the contour following. However, the key product for me in the Toro product portfolio is the hybrid version. And again, that comes with many, many different benefits. The custom design, highly efficient electric motor reels, sufficient enough also to have enough power to be able to verticut. There's many units through Asia operating not only mowing but also verticutting with 3420. As you would have seen from the video, it has an electrical energy storage for peak power performance demands. This is obviously important as the terrain changes, and that is powered through our 48-volt electric system for the reels. Energy saving mode for reduced fuel consumption. Again, key point to any operation is be able to save money on fuel and reduce operational costs. As with all Toro equipment, you have the dialing clip for consistent perimeter cuts, and again reducing stress on those main plane areas, whether they're walk-offs or perimeters. So it's a very good key point from this technology. As mentioned in the 3575 and other models, this unit features the 24.8 Kubota diesel engine as well. And again, here's some examples of the 3250, 5010H hybrid. Mentioned earlier the GM 3100 and 3500. Again, keeping your spare parts uniform and obviously your operation more efficient. The unique AA arm suspension system is the leading technology, and our leading flex technology for the cutting units. This provides the best contour following in the industry, and obviously in turn providing you a superior not only quality of cut but after cut appearance. The Toro painted liftgate footrest you would have seen from the video. This is key to accessing the center unit. It's very efficient, very light and very easy to be able to access. The tie design is something that's relatively unique and again a key feature for the Toro company to make sure that we're reducing scuffing, we're minimizing marking and that tie print onto the turf surface. Quick change units, again, if you are verticutting units, this quick change system, as you would have seen from the video, is a key part of, again, not only efficiency, but keeping everything very effective in the operation. Smart energy from Toro, again, this is something we're very focused on as we reduce emissions and we try to be as eco as possible to be able to support in the market the industry ethical environment changes and technology to make sure that it's the best in industry. Again, you would have seen Edge Series. This is a real product again, so that's the key point of making sure that there's less downtime, less grinding, and again, all these Edge Series parts, as previously mentioned, are available through our distributor as Toro Genuine Parts. What I'd like to do now is just give you a short video of our new technology. This is the future. This is the way the industry is going. And again, the Toro company supports obviously environmental impact, reducing carbons, and making sure that we are the best we can be with our product portfolio to the market. We're going to introduce the 3360 and 3370. The 3360 is a hybrid unit, and this is powered by a 14 horsepower gasoline engine with a full then hybrid battery pack to be able to have multiple applications. The 3370 is a fully electric machine and is powered by our battery packs. Now, One of the key points for this machine is actually the steering is electric, the lift and lower is electric, and the drive is electric or electric hybrid. So there's no hydraulics on this machine whatsoever. So this again is supporting the reduction or elimination of hydraulic leaks, and again, which could have an adverse impact on the turf. But it also, our main focus with all of this is to have energy efficient and environmentally sound machinery. So we'll now play you the video. A very insightful video there, obviously with our new Triflex series. Again, for more further details, please contact our distribution. You'll see here from the next slide, we have very valued distribution partners in India. We have Surge Systems and we have IPI. All the technology is available on request from our local distribution. If you require any full genuine Toro parts, any of the portfolios again mentioned, Edge series, reels, bed knives, please feel free to reach out to the teams at both distribution. Something that's very important to the Toro company is our annual Bull Award. This is the highest accolade within the Toro company organization, and both Surge Systems and IPI are our best in industry service support Toro Bull Award winners. This is very, very highly acclaimed, and we're very proud to be associated with both of our distribution partners who have received this award. I'd like to thank everybody for listening today. I'd like to thank everyone for their attendance and support of the GCS and MIA webinar series. I think it's a great initiative, and Toro is always happy to help support our valued industry partners. There's some examples at the bottom of the page. Again, we are the official supplier of the European Tour and Ryder Cup. We have partnerships with the RNA, GEO, and again, we try to support as many of our industry associations through Asia, whether it's the AGIF, GIA, or as today, the GCS and MIA. Without your valued support, again, we are nothing really within the industry, because it's down to the organizations and your valued customer and client support to be able to help drive technology in the future of golf. So thank you for your commitment and thank you for your support towards the Toro company. I look forward to being able to see you all when I can get back onto an aeroplane and travel through to India. Enjoy the next 3 days. We've got some very insightful information from Andrew with irrigation and Slava with our service support. Thank you for your time. Take care, stay safe and well during this global pandemic, and I look forward to seeing you all soon. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. We now have a very strong panel discussing golf facility management. The panelists are Mr. Gaurav Ghosh from Royal Calcutta Golf Club. Gaurav Ghosh has been a top-level amateur golfer, very avid interest in golf course development. He is the brain behind development of RCGC golf course. We have Dhrupal Singh, who has been into golf facility management for more than 25 years now. He has worked with ITC Classic and more importantly has been with JP Greens for a very long time. He is currently the general manager with JP Greens. Wing Commander Pradeep Bagmar, who is the promoter of Riverside Golf Course in Nasik. Wing Commander Bagmar created this facility on his own steam, and more importantly, he has done tremendous work for expanding the message of golf and spreading the game of golf in hinterland. He has exposed more than 3,000 people to the game of golf who otherwise would have never had an opportunity to do so. Mr. Ranjit Kakkad, again from a small city of Aurangabad, MGM Golf Course. He is a promoter of MGM Golf Course, and he created this golf course in Aurangabad where culture of golf did not exist. Ranjit Kakkad specializes in providing opportunities to young golfers of all kinds who otherwise would not have found a place in established golf facilities. Mr. Shashank Sandhu, an entrepreneur, a pioneer in chemical industry, is currently the captain of renowned Bombay Presidency Golf Club. Bombay Presidency Golf Club is well known for having taken a lot of initiatives of creating a better golf course, creating better drainage, creating great facilities, and it's a very sought after golf club in the largest city of India. Mr. Tony Taylor needs no introduction. He's founder of Quality Golf. He has worked for a lifetime, I think more than 50 years in golf industry. He's created many golf courses. He's established new golf facilities. He's improved existing facilities. Tony Taylor is a very pragmatic golf course entrepreneur. He's a very pragmatic entrepreneur in the sense he specializes in renovating, improving existing facilities apart from creating new ones. I will hand over this panel to Mr. Vijit Nandajog, who will be moderating the discussion. Vijit.
Hi everybody, great to see you all here.
Hi Vijit.
I hope everybody is well, safe and healthy. So let's get this panel started as soon as possible. We're slightly running late with the overall scheme of things. So let's start with Gaurav Ghosh, if I can. Gaurav,
hello.
Hi. Obviously, you've been at the Royal for a very long time. I've happened to visit the golf course many times to play and otherwise also. So let's start off by just discussing for a golf club like Royal, where you have so much golfer traffic, close to 100,000 rounds, if I'm not mistaken, a year. So and it's a committee club. So how does the relationship between your golf course superintendent and the committee work there, typically?
Vijay, it's a very interesting question, because I've been, just as a thing, I've been involved with the Greens Committee in Royal for close to 20 years, with a break, a couple of years of break in between. But I have realized that there is a distinct difference of being a good golfer and trying to understand what agronomy and things. There is a huge difference. When we started off in Royal in the earlier days, we had the Greens Committee consisted of all the good golfers in the club. They had diverse opinion of how a golf course should play, how it should behave, and how it was. And unfortunately, we made a mess of it. Okay. Till one fine day, one of our captains, Mr. Arik Sarkar, realized that there is no other way but to get a subject matter expert in this field, because agronomy and golf course management is completely different from playing the game. Okay, it's a different. The differences are huge. So at that point of time in 2009, we were one of the first clubs which engaged in an expert with, and thankfully we've been able to have Tony here, and Tony can also sort of share some of those experiences. In 2009, we got Tony's company, Quality Golf, to come and advise us. And wisely, what we also did was, one of the conditions which we had for Tony was to train our people. So it is to train our golf course people who work under his team, and luckily we've been able to address that situation. And I'll come to this question with this answer very saying what happens is, Vijay, and most of the people here are all experienced, every golf course is different from the other. Even the golf course neighboring you could have a completely different soil profile and could behave completely different. It's about trying to find that what works for you. And what Tony did that over the years was to document what really worked for Royal. So today, although Tony now lives in Florida, but he sort of advises us over or as a consultant. But the people who he has left behind are the people who he has trained, and we have now gone back to him. That Phil and Ricky both manage our golf course, and they do it very well. So this is what I'm trying to. The basic question which I want to come to is that understanding what works for you from an agronomical perspective is completely different to what really works as a player. So these are some things which committees which run golf clubs to understand, that one has to really leave it to the subject matter expert and understand what really works for them, and that sort of is gone in the future. That's all I have to say, and subsequently I'll share some of our experiences.
Yeah, I'm so happy to hear this, and I'm sure even all the members of the association are happy to hear what you said, that you leave the specialized work to the expert, and all that should all golf courses should follow that model. And I've seen the results, over the past few years with Tony and the team there. Fantastic. Thank you so much for the insight. Moving on from there, I think Tony, we'll move on to you here. With, like Gaurav Ghosh said, you helped out Royal Calcutta Golf Club for a number of years, and you probably set up a very, very strong system for maintenance and training people there. I've seen that firsthand. Also, one of the first golf clubs in the country to have a proper system in place. So if you could just provide your insight there, what was your thought process? What all did you do? And where Royal was when you came in, and where do you think you've taken Royal to? What the journey has been like for you?
Oh, thank you, and thank all the panelists for joining this, and thank you, Gaurav, for your kind comments. Fortunately, before I arrived in India, I'd had 15 years experience working in Southeast Asia and working with committees and sort of various levels of golf in Thailand, from country clubs that were maybe 200 kilometers out of the main city, with very few local golfers, to clubs right in the city of Bangkok that would do 60, 70 rounds a year. I worked at both ends. I worked at very, very high level and very low budget golf courses. And I grew up here in the US in the golf business since I'm, 14, 15 years old. I was a caddy, and, it was quite charming when I got to India. They just couldn't believe that I had been a caddy. And I said, no, I carried 2 bags, one on each shoulder, so. But I love golf. I've been in the golf business my whole life. And when I arrived in India, it was just, the most charming culture. And the good thing that you have going for you is the people there are smart. They're educated. You have a great education system. People understand, they can duplicate, they can apply. And I found that the people are very willing to learn, and which is most important. So we found a couple of, one, Nikhil, who played golf and, came from that aspect, as Gaurav mentioned earlier. And then Ricky, who was more of a intellectual, who was able to, calculate, calibrate. Mathematics very strong, and understanding, technology. So with that combination, we placed someone there, Tim Denham, who actually worked, trained, and I would come and visit monthly and do training seminars, and I would train the staff. But most importantly, I want to go back a little bit and talk about Gaurav and the Greens Committee. They were also willing to listen, and it was a bit of a trial and error, but I had taken them to the facilities that I had managed in Thailand and Singapore and Hong Kong Golf Club. So I took them to all 3 facilities, and what I had done at each of those facilities, through the help of my wife, who's a professional administrator, as I set up an administration system. I got the goal of the club and the reason they wanted to achieve that goal. And then I wrote the policies, because, all of the gentlemen and people in the audience, women in the audience, you understand that having a business is more of an administrative exercise. It's like having a strong set of policies that you follow. And so we wrote policies on how we were going to mow the greens, how we were going to mow the tees, how we were going to mow the fairways, what type of fertilizers we were going to use. And this came from my background and experience and able to apply it there. So the policies, were very, very detailed, and we issued a policy manual. And most importantly, it was approved by the committee. And then it was set in stone. And we had some, fluctuations when it came to maybe adjusting a week or 2 of coring schedules, but they followed the policies, and that's what made the system work. And then I also developed a benchmarking system to quantify the quality level of each feature, the greens, tees, fairways, bunkers. And if the bunkers didn't have drainage the first few years, every monsoon season, they would rate it 50%, or maybe the greens were at 75 or 80. So I developed this whole system from getting the goal of the club, why they wanted to achieve that goal, writing the policies, and actually quantifying the results with a measurable statistic. And we also did 3-year planning, 5-year planning, and then we would do a yearly plan. And I had a monthly plan that the superintendent would fill out. And then that's what we would do. Every day we would do, per the schedule, barring any inclement weather. And that's the key in India is your climate there is a very harsh climate to grow grass. And so, you have very wide-ranging temperatures from Delhi down to, the south of India. And Calcutta, we have beautiful winters, but, frightful monsoon seasons that we're going through right now. But, where we will, have 400 or 500 millimeters of rain a month and low light conditions. I think Calcutta is the second or third lowest sunlight exposure on Earth. In the month of August, you get about 60 hours of sunlight there. So you're trying to grow grass basically in the dark. So having said all that, we found willing people, we had committee support, and use the proper technology, because there's, a minimum of 15 skill sets in this business that you have to be proficient at, from plant pathology, the study of insects, diseases, water technology, soil science, the game of golf, equipment, as the Toro presentation just demonstrated, that you could spend your whole life just maintaining equipment and not knowing all there is to know about it. So imagine having to study plant sciences and having to know the periodic table of elements and all these things. Is high science. Today I've been back in America over a year now, and I feel like I've lost 10 or 15 years of technology. I mean, I'm having to restudy a lot of things. It's gone way beyond my wildest imagination. So that's in summary what we did. But the main thing was we had support from the committee. And as you gentlemen know, they're running the other clubs in India that are on this panel. That's the key. You have to have buy-in, you have to have support, and you have to prove yourself, obviously. But for me, it took the technology and the knowledge. And they knew that they didn't know all there is to know about it, because I, in my presentations, and I would do very detailed presentations, take them to other facilities, show them the equipment fleets, show them the types of grasses, show them all these things. So they had, a real example of what it was like to create a high-end golf course, or to sustain a middle range golf course, because that's what it's all about, sustainability. So you have to work with the budget you have too. I'm not talking about I do everything 5-star. I still manage a club in Thailand that's budget is probably $350,000 a year, and that's all in. I do it by Zoom, and at the end of this, because of the COVID situation, but that's not much money to maintain it. But we keep it in great condition, and the members are happy. It's 200 kilometers outside of Bangkok, so that's basically a summary of what we did at Royal Calcutta. And I appreciate all the support of Gaurav and the past captains and the staff there, because the staff was key in implementing all this. Without their willingness and without their trial and error and wanting to learn, it would have never happened. So I'm very proud that we have great results there now.
Thanks, Tony. And you've done a good job of growing grass in the dark, like you said, very green grass in the dark also. Yeah, fantastic. Thanks for your input. So we move on to Mr. Shashank, who's the captain of BPGC, also a member club, also run by a committee. So, sir, if I may ask, the biggest challenge that I think as a golf architect when I move on to different golf courses, the committee keeps on changing every year, 2 years. So once that happens, what is the relationship with the golf course superintendent there? Like, I understand Yadvinder Shah, who is one of our members here, a young superintendent there, is managing the golf course there. So what are the kind of expectations the committee has from the maintenance team? Every new committee comes in, how does that relationship work with the green staff then?
So thank you, Vijit, for having me on this panel, and good evening to all the panelists and all the audiences. Yes, it is a democratic process that every couple of years the new committee comes in, and the new committee comes in with a new set of ideas, new set of thought processes, new projects. Some are ongoing, some are new projects altogether. And this does present a very challenging situation to the golf superintendent. What we have done at the BPGC is we have actually structured in our constitution a change wherein earlier it used to be a change every year. Now we are saying that the office bearers, the president, captain, and treasurer, will have a term of 2 years. And typically the captain takes over as the president. So what happens is you have a span of at least 4 years where one thought process is continuing. And captain being the chairman of the Greens Committee, at least the focus on the golf course continues to be what it was envisaged. The second aspect is, as rightly mentioned by Tony, we have a master plan which was designed when the upgradation took place about 5-7 years ago. And David Brinkle gave us the master plan, which we are following to the T. But having said that, it all depends on the kind of specific tasks that you are expecting from the golf course superintendent. Now, if you are able to as mentioned earlier by Gaurav as well as by Tony, we need to understand that we as committee are actually from the outside, and there are professionals who are supposed to actually look after the course management. If we realize it, we have done is we have appointed the Greens superintendent, and who is supposed to look after. He has got a team of 3 supervisors, and then below them are particularly the teams, and they are expected to make the presentation on a monthly basis, on a quarterly basis, and on a 6-monthly basis. Having said that, this presentation doesn't take away from the day-to-day operations. Now, we have designed in BPGC, I have designed a concept wherein the entire course is divided into 3 parts, each having a set of 6 holes. What it actually does is each team of the 6 holes are manned by a supervisor who is having about 8 to 12 people, casual workers, because of which the supervisor is the owner of that particular set of 6 holes, and then he is supposed to deliver within a span of 3 days. Why it is so? Because the team keeps on moving from one goal to one set of 6 holes to the other, which in the event finally becomes the ownership of all these 3 supervisors reporting to the green superintendent. So then it becomes not a competition, but it becomes a healthy competition and a joint and equal responsibility which is owned. Now, this kind of a situation was evolved after discussing with the green superintendent. So we need to understand that we are coming from outside, and we need to rely and give what is known as leadership and let the professional drive this entire initiative. So this is also done with our CEO, who actually is the person on the spot and the point of contact for any emergency decisions which are being taken. We need to understand that golf course management is a very specialized thing. It requires a lot of scientific management, requires a lot of knowledge. And if we are able to learn from the experts, then probably we need to only provide leadership, taking financial and taking decisions which are in the long-term interest of the club. This is the thought process with which we are working as far as BPGC is concerned.
Fantastic. I think that's a good model, having a supervisor run 6 holes, team running 6 holes. That's, I've also seen that usually giving good results, healthy competition, like you said. Fantastic. Thank you, sir. So now moving on to a golf course where there's a unique aspect where you have the operations and the maintenance team, doing maintenance and operations together. Like there's a singular unit. Gurupal Singh is the GM for JP Greens, and he's fully charged up right now with his black coffee. I've seen Dhruv having a lot of black coffee. So, Dhruv, what's the basic advantage that you think you have? You run a golf course, a resort style golf course, members club, beautiful layout, lot of membership, heavy traffic, but you have one set of people looking after the golf course maintenance and operations, pretty much. So what do you think is the basic, reason for that? What are the advantages or disadvantages of this?
Hi Vijay, thank you so much, and good evening to all the panelists. And special thanks to GCS and MAI for organizing this thing, and it helps bring the golfing community together. It's a great initiative. Thank you. Private clubs, typically, I'll talk from that point of view. They're very revenue driven, and the greenskeepers have a lot of pressure on them to keep the golf course absolutely spick and span and in prime condition all through the year. The operations team has very high revenue targets generally. And fortunately, private clubs do employ professionals in both the fields. Typically, you would see the maintenance team or the greenskeeper wanting maximum closure days, because the more you close the course or less traffic there is, easier to maintain. Whereas the operations, there would be a pull towards operating it all through the year, to try and maximize the revenue. So there's always been, in a lot of clubs, there's always been a pull in different directions, in terms of the golf maintenance and the golf operations, always been working in different directions. So having one point of control, one point coordinating both the aspects, it really helps smoothen all the functions. It helps optimize the maintenance. It helps optimize the revenue. And in fact, today, I would say, thanks to that, last 4 or 5 years, we have probably been one of the very few clubs around to be operational all 7 days of the week. Mondays we are operational only in the mornings, then we close down because maintenance starts after a certain time, and it's planned in a way that the maintenance happens behind all the golfers. So we are able to optimize from all aspects, and having one point of control. You want to close any day, you can close any day also when some fertilization has to take place or whatever the technical advisors give, so that has to go. Talking a little beyond that, in this scenario, what's very important to have an outside agency advise you also. So that is a must also, because otherwise, you tend to, have one eye looking at a particular project. You may miss out a lot of things. That's why it's always good to have a consultant or a third eye attached with you to guide you or to point out if things are going wrong. I think that's very, very crucial, which people must get involved with. And one thing was what Tony was speaking of a while back, that we have very severe weather patterns in India. And not only severe weather patterns, the weather patterns have been changing over the past few years. Just to give you all an example, this year, last year in November, we had put ryegrass on the tees and certain areas. It lasted up to May. Can you imagine ryegrass lasting up to May? December, there's no frost anymore over here. Last 6, 7, 8 years, there's been no frost. Earlier, there used to be frost in December. Now, frost is coming in January. The summers are starting a month later, the monsoons are coming late, the winters are setting in much later. So we have to keep this in mind also, while especially the greenskeepers have to keep this in mind. The operation team also has to keep this in mind while organizing events, that it's way different from what it was 15-20 years ago or even 10 years ago. So weather patterns not only are severe, but they have changed. They've all got delayed. And the other thing, what Shashank was saying, very good point. He's given 6 holes to a supervisor. Very good thing. The smaller the task, the easier it becomes. In the sense, like we've also started where the non-golf maintenance staff, the other people from human resources, people from accounts, people from housekeeping, people from F&B, having to pull out half an hour a day. They've all been allotted a hole each, or teams of 2-3 people have been allotted a hole each. Technically, they will not know anything, but aesthetically, at least cleanliness wise, they have been allotted a hole and they can coordinate things with the maintenance better. So that helps us in keeping the golf course in a better condition, at least aesthetically.
Sure, absolutely. And also, I think with your position, what I've seen, being hands-on also, like you're a hands-on guy, being GM, you're out on the golf course on a daily basis, So seeing that, giving the input back to your team also, I think plays a very, very key role in the overall management of the club.
Yeah, see, the other thing was continuity. A lot of committees and other public, other association-run golf courses change every few years because of the democratic process that they have. So that's the advantage private clubs have, that they have the management is there, that's fixed, and you have employees, you have professionals in various fields who continue for years and years. So JP especially has been lucky and fortunate that we have people who've been with us for the last 20 years, and there's a lot of continuity. So we are able to make the 5-year plans, we are able to make the 10-year plans, we are able to put up things to the management to gradually take it up and have improvements.
Yeah, fantastic. And we're also there to see. So thanks, Rup. Thanks for the input. So from one private golf club to another, let's move on to Mr. Ranjit Kakkar, who is the promoter for MGM Golf Club in Aurangabad. Obviously, a much smaller scale than JP, but a beautiful initiative where there's a 9-hole golf course, in a stated city like Aurangabad. Like AK sir mentioned, promoting the game of golf is also very, very important for all of us. And both Mr. Kakkar and Wing Commander Bagmar are doing a fantastic job there. So, sir, Ranjit sir, if I may ask you, being a golf course in Aurangabad, a basic facility that you started on your own with very little expertise and limited resources that you built the golf course, what are the main challenges that you face? Obviously, you don't have the expertise, or you don't have the ability to hire specialists for each and every aspect. of golf course maintenance and operations. So how does things work at MGM Golf Corp?
Thank you so much, Vijay ji, for this invitation to be the panelist. And good evening, everybody. Let me give little idea about where we are and how the course is being managed. We are at Aurangabad. This is a city in Maharashtra, basically famous for Ajanta, Ellora, and recently for industrial activity. We have some large corporates like Bajaj, who have a major manufacturing base in the city. So eventually it has grown as an industrial town as well. Now, we started this golf club 8 years back. It is a 9-hole course spread over 32 acres of land. And when we started, we had a couple of golfers in Aurangabad. I think I can count on my fingers. We were 4 or 8 people who used to play, mostly from army background, and a couple of them from the corporate background. So, the first thing was to actually make people play, understand golf, and, invite coaches, give them coaching. And, and this was the initial task we had. And that went on for a couple of years. Today, I can say that we have trained more than 200 people at Aurangabad, and there are more than 60-70 golfers who are quite regular, and more than 50 are addicted now. So this is the progress which has happened in the last 8 years. And in last couple of years, we have seen another turn. We can call our golf course as a Korean golf course as well, because there are more Koreans playing now than the Indians there. So, eventually this has given a big support to the city in terms of spreading, inviting corporates to come and do the investment in the city, make their manufacturing base in Aurangabad. So we do a lot of activities for all the foreigners who are based in Aurangabad, so that they can come and enjoy the game, because this is the only facility what we have in Aurangabad where they can really enjoy the weekends. This is part of the city. We are a 12 lakh population city at Aurangabad. So, and we have eventually seen a lot of interest, particularly after Aditi's success at Olympics. We have suddenly found that the inquiry level have increased. There is more word of mouth within the city for this sport. How do we manage the course? There are definitely a lot of challenges. We have plenty of sunshine in the city. The temperature in summer crosses 40. It's a drought-prone area. So the major challenge in the city to maintain 32 acres of lawn, green, is water. So what we have done when we started the golf course, that time we have made 50,000 square feet, 2 big ponds, which is in this region called as Shetala, that is based on plastic. The water is stored over the surface and it is used during the summertime. So we have these 2 big ponds, which are also part of the course, because that adds the challenge to the game. And, that becomes the water hazards while playing the sport. So it was planned in such a manner where it comes as a part of the game, but doesn't disturb too much the whole area of the course layout. So this is one area where we have worked before when we were planning the course itself. The water was planned very well. Secondly, we knew that the revenue source is going to be low because there are less number of golfers in this city. It will take some time. So we had planned a CBSE English medium school at the course. So this gives a lot of support to our economics to manage the course. Now, with this, these are certain important things so that the sustainability of the course is there. It's not that, when you develop a course and then you wind up in a couple of years.
Jhangi, I think there's some issue with his Wi-Fi. We'll wait for him to join back. In the meanwhile, Bagmar sir, if I can come to you. So Bagmar sir is also a promoter of the Riverside Golf Course in Nasik. Fantastic facility that I've happened to visit a couple of times. And it's a small 9-hole golf course that Bagmar sir has built on his own with a lot of love and passion. Last time I went there, I think there were a team of 5 or 6 people maintaining the entire golf course, if I'm not mistaken. And you had me coming back to help set up the golf course for one of the big events that you were doing. So I remember sending a shaper there to quickly build a few bunkers right before the event. A week before the event, there were suddenly 4 or 5 bunkers around the golf course. So very interesting place. And sir, could you give us the insight on how, what was the idea when you started this golf course on your own? What the journey has been like for you?
Good evening, everybody. Vijit, thank you so very much, and all the panelists are here. They are from various very big courses, while we are one of the very smallest course in a remote place near Nasik. We are 40 kilometers off Nasik in a village, and we have developed a golf course in 22 acres, and we have very nice surroundings of a river, so we have named it Riverside Golf Course. The biggest achievement here, what we have is that the weather is on our side, and we have like temperatures ranging from 36 degree to lowest right up to 0 degree also at times. It is one of the finest weather in the country, and Nasik is known for this. And a lot of vegetables, a lot of grapes, and a lot of area in this, they produce all the food grains and things like that. So we decided that instead of going for traditional farming, we'll move to a new concept for the golf course. And we designed on our own and installed a golf course of 9 hole with whatever possibilities of challenges one can face, like going over the water body or going over the trees or making bunkers. And today we are proud that where we had nobody for last 2 years to play, now we have more than 100. Apart from that, we have trained more than 2,000 children from all around the local areas, and they know what is golf. The children who had not seen even a club in his hand or a ball, he now knows what is a golf course, he knows how it is played, and he is now aspiring to become a very good golfer. Especially after the Aditi Ashok, we had a talent hunt program immediately on the next day, and we had around 30 children lined up from the age group 6 to around 20. And we chose around 14 children who will be training them over a period of 1 year, free of cost for them. We have a lot of sponsors also from Nasik, and few of the golfers who are there from Nasik also have industries. So they are mainly our sponsors. We have around 4,000 odd industries in Nasik. So a lot of industrialists have joined, a lot of doctors have joined, a lot of architects have joined, and everybody is adding whatever he could after looking at the golf course and give us a lot of advice and a lot of support to us. Apart from this, the most important support, it has come to us from the district sports officer and the commissioner of sports Maharashtra. They have declared our place as a academy for golf training for Maharashtra area, and they support us with all the equipments, balls, and whatever is required in form of training for the coaching fees and all that thing. So it gives us a great help, because whatever the money has to come from somewhere. So instead of money, if it is coming in kind, still it helps us. And this reaches the lowest like grassroots level children. They know what is now golf. Those who never could wear chappals and sandals now are coming with golf shoes, with t-shirts, caps, and playing golf. They could never imagine all these things. So that is the beauty of the whole thing. Although we do not have very big facilities for F&B, and it is basically a no-frill golf course. But the important is that golf is being played. The challenges were too many, like creating a golf course, creating an infrastructure, training the people, coaching them. Then also greenkeeping was one of the biggest issues, because nobody knew what is around, including me. I had to take the help from various people. Vijit helped me quite a lot, Arun Singh helped me quite a lot. So all these things over a period of time for last 3.5 years has achieved well. We have now around 100 golfers regularly playing, and they are all the members, and every day people are joining. So this is one of the facilities which we have created, and I hope this facility for these young children, they get launched properly into the bigger courses and make something big out of it.
Fantastic, sir. And I hope your golf course becomes bigger anyway. Why send them to different golf courses?
Yeah, we are looking at it.
Yes, absolutely. Fascinating, sir. And
we have plans for extending up to 18 holes.
Fantastic, fantastic. No, that's a brilliant model, sir. I think must be replicated elsewhere in the country also. And tier 2, tier 3 cities, if we start developing these small 9-hole golf course, we'll take golf to a entirely different level. Fantastic, sir. Thank you. Tony, if I can come back to you on, a couple of questions, coming from the States, having worked in so many different countries, different golf courses. I remember you mentioned so many names when I was there, when I met up with you. What was the main difference that you saw in terms of how things work? Not just in terms of the equipment and the obvious things that you see on the ground, like lack of infrastructure on the golf course or something like that, but in how things work with the management and with the committee, how golf clubs were run here versus what you've seen in Bangkok or the States.
I think, just listening to the gentleman prior to me speaking now, it's an organization, it's teamwork. It's getting the golf professionals aligned with the maintenance team, aligned with the GM, the members, everybody working together, because, although golf is a sport, it's also a business of sorts. You have to have fundamental business procedures, and you have to have teamwork and coordination. So where that is lacking anywhere, even here in the US, I go around a lot of golf courses now, and the best facilities are teamwork, and where they have, golf is a game, life is a game. So have a fun experience for everyone on the team. The 6-hole system that was mentioned was great competition. We still have situations like that where they compete one 18-hole against another 18-hole on the same facility. But I think the main thing is, we're in a sport. We're lucky to be in this sport. I do it for a livelihood, so I've achieved, great satisfaction out of meeting all the wonderful people I've met all over the world, and even here in Florida, still meeting people day in and day out. But I would guess that the main thing I would say, Vichit, is that recognize each other's skill set as a professional. And support the associations that are the Club Managers Association, the MAI, and the GCS Association there, because that's where we have very strong associations. Every month we have a meeting. We have an education part of the meeting. We have a golf afterwards, and then afterwards we go in for some beverage and some food. And that's where you really learn. That's where I learned this business, was from other people in the business. And even going around now, I'm still learning new things after, 45, 50 years in this business. You'll never know all there is to know. So I think my meeting point is, respect each other's professional skill sets, and then work together as a team.
All right. Fantastic. So Shashank sir, one question that I have for you is, being in Bombay, obviously monsoons also are very, very heavy there. You've recently done a renovation of the golf course. So during monsoons, is the expectation from the maintenance crew different from the other time of the year? Like, how does the maintenance crew work during the monsoons? How much pressure there is? Obviously, there's more work in terms of clearing of weed and all that. But after the renovations, have things changed in terms of the pressure on the maintenance team and how things work at the club? So I think you'll have to unmute yourself, please.
Sorry, Vijit, you rightly mentioned Mumbai and monsoons, or Mumbai monsoons, are very famous, and they are famous because it rains, and then everything gets clogged and everything gets standstill. Now, what has happened is, because of urbanization, though we are located in Chembur, and we have a area of about 100 acres, the development around the course has actually lifted the levels of the course and the roads by nearly 6 inches to 1 feet. So typically what happens is, the water flows from the municipal drainages not knowingly into the course. Now, unless we don't have a very strong drainage system, we would have had a major problem. But having said that, we have actually designed a system particularly this year, we learned a lot during the last lockdown that when it was opened, this was the first time, maybe in a pretty long time, that trolleys, the hand trolleys were used because of COVID and because of, touchability, etc., etc. A huge use of trolleys resulted into grave damage to the course. Members were using it, bringing it right up to the greens also. So the back of the green or even side of the green, the fairways were damaged. And having learned this lesson, what we decided this time was, along with the green superintendent, I decided a concept wherein we cordoned off the areas where you can actually take your trolleys. This resulted into, we actually put only the nylon ropes and the pegs, which ran around the entire thing, entire course. And we also created paths for the trolleys. So without hampering, the paths also. What we also did was we used coir mat, which along with sand. Now, coir was biodegradable. It is similar to a cricket matting. Coming from, I was a professional cricketer, so I used this particular knowledge. We used this coir matting and we laid it up where it would actually give a good firm footing for the trolleys and the wheels to pass through. So without hampering the members' experience of pulling the trolleys into the course by creating proper pathways, we were able to substantially reduce the damage, wear and tear that could have happened during the monsoons. I'm really happy to announce that in this, these 3.5 months, 2.5 months that monsoons have actually hit Mumbai, we had only one closure, which was only for about half a day. And in spite of that, we were able to open up. So we didn't close the course throughout this 2.5 months. And thanks to my Greens team, led by the Green Superintendent and also the CEO, we were able to monitor and ensure that the playability on the course was maintained. And also thanks to our membership, who actually respected the cording off, resulting into certain discipline of taking the trolleys where it requires. It requires a lot of study, research, because members were actually complaining that how come all of a sudden you are actually cordoning off the areas. We had a research and we came out with the research which said that the trolleys, the pull trolleys were actually damaging more because of the area which they were covering as compared to even the footfalls, which normally if you're using a caddy. So Bombay monsoons are really bad. In fact, it is predicted now we are going to get monsoons in the next 7 days, which are going to be still worse. In spite of that, in spite of the cyclone which hit us, we were able to, again, the same model which I mentioned to you about the 6-hole. Typically, we had many trees uprooted, heavy trees were fallen, but we were able to clear it within a span of 5 days, which normally would have taken more than a month or so. Again, a part of the work that were allocated. And because of the lockdown, what we did is, instead of using the casual labor, we employed the caddies. So caddies also got work to do. And they said, I mean, we told them that this is your club, you need to take care of it. And unless you don't take care of it, you will not be able to get work. Also motivating them on a day-to-day basis helped. And we were able to clear off the debris and the, uprooted trees, everything. And we were able to, even today, we are able to offer good playing experience in spite of heavy monsoons.
I think that's an achievement. I think considering the Bombay monsoons and what the BPGC used to be initially with the monsoons, I remember golf course being shut down for days together back in the day.
In fact, Vijit, if you come down, even though we have about 10-12 water bodies, in spite of the levels going up, we are not shutting down the course. And the water levels do manage because we are using the sewage water and the drainage systems being good and robust. And this is again the planning which went into when the course was being upgraded, and also listening to the professionals. It is coming back to what Tony mentioned. We need to ask ourselves as a committee, what business are we in? If we are in the business of leadership and giving vision as far as the course management and club is concerned, then we should do only that. Let the professionals handle. and they know the job best, and they'll be able to deliver.
Fantastic. It will be fascinating to see. So I haven't seen the new golf course. I'll definitely make a visit and see what has been done. Yeah, thank you. And question for Gaurav Ghosh. Gaurav, I've always been fascinated with the league that you guys do there, the biggest golf league in the country. Once that is on, I think that continues for weeks and weeks together, if I'm not mistaken. So what are the special things that you do in terms of setting up the golf course, or just management of the course at that time? Are there some different sets of maintenance practices that go on, or operational practices that go on during that time?
Yeah, Vijay, it's a very interesting question, because you know that Calcutta, as Tony has mentioned, has very severe monsoons as well, like Bombay. And we've already finished, as of today, our rainfall data shows that we've already completed what we got last year for the full year. The rainfall, we've already 200 millimeters above that in the middle of August. So, so when we prepare for a league, at the end of the day, this league is now become a commercial. It started off as a bonhomie experience to try and get the club together. This was started in one of our captain Adit Khetan's time, and then it realized to become a commercial thing. Can everybody hear me? Or
yeah, absolutely, loud and clear.
Yeah. So it became a commercial thing. So now what's happened is that when it becomes a commercial experience, then you have to prepare for it. You can't give the membership to play on a golf course which is not ready. So the work starts months before, and I think what even now when Nikhil and we discussed that we have to now get it, because we are preponing our league this year to November, so we have to be ready in November for the golf league to start. And as Mr. Sandhu said, even Royal Calcutta Golf Club hasn't shut down as yet. We shut down for a few hours this year in this kind of rain. And we don't have the robust drainage systems like some of the other modern clubs do. We are pumping water out of the property. We work our pumps, and these are all, again, this is experience based on our experience and how Tony has taught the team, and they are able to do, and we keep playing. So having said that, we have to ensure that the golf course, and so as Tony mentioned, we have a very defined manual which we follow to the T. Even to this day, if you ask our greenskeepers, they're mowing the greens at the heights that they do. The roughs are cut at the way it is, so to prepare for it, so that, the weed management policy, because you know that the low-lying areas get the weed first. So, to manage those areas, we are operating in full strength at the moment. And yeah, we will be ready in November for the RPGL to start, and it's a process, and these processes, as a lot of you all have mentioned in the panel, that these processes are cast in stone. In fact, our manual is written down, and most of us are, this sort of goes on to prepare for our tournaments. We've got events all starting in November, so the golf course is going to be ready for it.
It's definitely a spectacle. I've seen it once or twice. I couldn't believe my eyes how many people were, following like a PGA Tour event.
Yeah, it's actually some of the final has more crowds than a PGTI, than the McLeod Russell finals, and in fact, that's the way it is. And
yeah, I had sweaty palms just looking at the number of people around the putting green.
Yes, one of the biggest problem is now we are facing is membership tee-off time, because the RPGL takes time, and then the senior members who don't play the RPGL are now pushing for tee-off times, and they say that it's their right, and rightfully so. So the challenges are to manage. The challenges are also on the golf course team to start. They start very early in the morning to get the golf course prepared for the members to start. We have members who come in at. In fact, we just got a call from somebody who says, "Can I bring my car at 3:45 in the morning?" He was so that he can start off, he can tee up, and he can block his tee off time. So he can block his tee off time at these are the kind of challenges that RCGC is facing. In fact, I was just going through our WhatsApp group now. There's some rumor which is floating that the club will only open at 5 o'clock. So there's a whole load of messages which are flowing around. So, these are huge challenges in a membership-driven club.
Yeah.
And in fact, Tony will bear out. Tony, for years, complained about, the club opening so early because the ground staff couldn't go in. Because they were getting golf balls hit at them and things like that. And so these are some of the challenges that we face.
Right. Fascinating. Okay. Thank you so much, Jens. Unfortunately, we have such a strong panel. We can go on for, I think, another 2 hours, but unfortunately, we run out of time. So we'll have to end it here. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for being part of this panel. And we look forward to having you again very soon.
Thank you for having us, Vijit.
Thank you, Vijit. Thank you all
the
panelists.
Thank you for
having us.
everybody.
Thank you, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Hunter Industries has one of those great American foundation stories. Founded by a father and son in 1981. In the 1990s, Hunter developed a line of sprinklers for the golf industry. The G500 and G550 were designed to maximize efficiency in both water application and power consumption. In 2001, we changed the game again with Total Top Service Rotors, or TTS, the first ever golf rotors with patented total top servicing of every serviceable component. This no-dig solution was a true golf industry innovation, appreciated by golfers, management, and especially the superintendent. Later, Hunter introduced rotors with decoder in-head, or DIH, capabilities. Their exclusive flange compartment provides the first ever capability to house decoders within a golf rotor. In 2010, Hunter's DIH rotors introduced the exclusive Total Top Programming, or TTP feature, allowing inductive wireless programming of the decoder without disassembly of the installed DIH rotor. Hunter Industries, built on innovation.
Good evening, everyone. We have Mr. Carl Eberts from Hunter Industries to give a presentation and overview on Hunter products. Apart from whatever the Hunter promotional video said, there are a few other facts which we all must know about Hunter Industries. The founder, Mr. Ed Hunter, is reputed to have the highest number of patents in the world for irrigation products. Hunter Industries also sells the maximum number of rotors through its partners, and it included in the world. So Hunter Industries has been known for its innovation. It has got a huge sales of rotors, including the landscape rotors. It also has a legacy of having the highest number of patents among the irrigation products, primarily in the rotors. So I leave the floor to Mr. Carl Eberts and tell you more about Hunter Industries. Carl, all yours.
Thank you very much. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Well, hello and good evening to most of you. My name is Carl Eberts, and I'm the product marketing manager for golf products at Hunter Industries. So as mentioned, I'll be giving an overview of our golf rotors with a focus on the features of our latest and greatest TTS 800 series rotors. So that video is a good intro of the history, and we'll review our latest product. And then I'll also cover some of the common routine maintenance best practices for rotors and how our rotors are designed to make this as quick and painless as possible. The modern golf rotor really exists as part of a complete golf irrigation system, though. So I'll start with just some brief context of our system offering. So we have the Pilot Command Center software, fully redesigned, intuitive, easy to use interface. It's built on an agile software platform, so it's constantly being updated and developed with direct user feedback. This talks out to the controllers in the field. The integrated hub system is our decoder platform. And then obviously rotors in the field is where the action's at. So the pilot network is our control system. You have the central computer talking to a field interface, and that sends out the commands to the controllers in the field. And so we have two main categories here that tie into the rotors. The field controller system, which is a conventional system. You have wires running out to each solenoid in the rotors in the field. And so these we call our E or electric rotors. And then the integrated hub system, as mentioned, this is for decoders, or what we call two-way modules. And this is denoted by the D in our rotors. Just a graphic here of explaining the differences. Two-way module system, you can see a single controller there with wires going out to the rotors and then daisy chained one to the next. So this saves significantly on wire cost, especially now where just raw copper is going up in price. You can get away with one hub or controller there, up to 999 rotors or stations on that single hub. But if you have wiring already in the ground going out to each rotor, this would be a conventional system where you're going to have more controllers and more wire, but there's advantages to this as well. So each one of these controllers can do up to 80 stations or control 80 rotors. Both of these systems are capable of both wireless and hardwire communication. So shown on the right, you have radio modules talking from the central office out to the controllers. But it could be a hybrid system, and you also have some situations where it's wired as well, and that can be wired from controller to controller. So getting into the rotors specifically, we have a good, better, best offering. So the entry level is the B series, stands for a block rotor. So this is a system where you have a handful of rotors controlled by a single valve. Often you'll see these looped on greens. The better is our G800. You saw this in the video. This is good for conventional systems. The flange compartment's not as big for housing all the decoder components. And that's really where the birth of this TTS 800 series came from, our best and top of the line rotor now. And that's what we'll focus more on the features of that as we get into this. So as mentioned in that video, the G800, this was the first total top serviceable rotor released back in 2001. There's been a lot of development on it since, improvements, incremental. This really started the total top serviceable movement and has been a really successful rotor. But with the advancements of and adoption of the decoder systems, including that, we launched this TTS 800 series rotor in January of 2020, and it's really taken off now. As you can see, the flange is significantly bigger. The internals are the same, so this drive system has been around since 2013, so is very much field proven. But the body is fully redesigned from the ground up for modern irrigation systems, and we'll get into more details on that. So here you can see the 4 different internal riser assemblies that are offered across the board. The 835 on the left there is a shorter radius and lower flow option, typically used on T-boxes. It's for those shorter distances, sometimes on surrounds as well. The G880 is our full circle dedicated model. So it comes factory as a full circle and it's not adjustable. And this is denoted by the black collar there you can see. The 84 is adjustable, but comes set as a factory full circle model. So the nozzles are rear facing, but it can be adjusted to a part circle arc setting. And then the 885, our most common model, this is the part circle. It's adjustable there, both of those denoted by the gray color for their adjustability. This is what often is installed around greens and then on perimeters as well. So total top serviceability, this is the driver of this new model. You can see here in this clear demo, you have the yellow decoder in there. Everything's nicely tucked off to the left, and the whole right side of this flange compartment is available for wire connections. So you can actually fit 2 full-size DBYR6 connectors and even have room to spare for future technology. The inlet was redesigned on this. Heavy-duty PVC inlet is welded into the bottom for extra durability. You can see 3 ports of entry there. So those 3 holes are designed for allowing wire to come in from one side, splice in the compartment, and then you can daisy chain out to other rotors in the field. And so this is really convenient for those 2-wire systems. And then the single point of entry in the largest flange compartment, in the center there is a single quarter turn screw. So with just one quick turn of the screw, you can release the lid, pop it out. That screw is also captive, so it makes servicing in the field really easy. And then you'll notice the blue engraved distance marker on the lid, a yardage marker. This comes standard in black factory, but is available in a variety of colors to denote different yardages. The video mentioned this briefly, but this is a really cool piece of technology, the ICDHP, or the handheld programmer. This allows the 2-way modules to be wirelessly programmed through the lid. You can also perform diagnostics simply by placing the induction cup there in the middle on the top of the rotor shown. So this saves a ton of time in the upfront installation. Instead of having to write down serial numbers on every one of the decoders or control modules, and then manually input those into a controller or into your computer, you can just wirelessly program these in the field, not removing the lid or anything, just set the cup on top, assign the station number. And just the details were really thought out through this whole design process. So all the serviceable components inside the flange are color coded to make life easier. If you have a service tech out in the field and they're talking on the radio asking, what component to look at, you could say the teal knob there is the pressure regulator. Or if you need to service the solenoid, you can remove the blue bracket and pull out the solenoid. And this view just gives you a good idea of just how much volume is in there. You can see the full DBYR6 wire connectors there on the side and all the space in the flange compartment. Taking a look at the internal drive assembly in an exploded view there. The gear drives, this is the same gear drive on the B series, G800 series, and this TTS 800 series, released back in 2013, redesigned from the ground up with a planetary gearbox that is patented and highest torque in the industry to power through any debris and dirty water in your system. On the top there is our exclusive pressure port nozzle technology. And so this optimizes the pressure at each nozzle and is a major reason for our rotors performing so well in distribution uniformity audits. You can see each one of those side nozzles has a chamber going directly to it, and then that's isolated from the main nozzle. So you get optimized pressure at each one of those outputs. There's an adjustable high torque stator assembly, so you can adjust the speed of rotation. And then the simple arc adjustment we'll show you here. So this tool, or you can just do it by hand, turning that adjustment collar makes it very easy to adjust and set the arc in the field exactly how you want to. This is another great feature of these rotors, the serviceable inlet valve. So all those components shown in green there are serviceable. So if the inlet valve got clogged or damaged, you can service those components rather than having to pull out the whole thing and replace the entire valve. So this saves money and time. The stainless steel filter is a mesh filter screen that protects the control components up in the flange. And then our proprietary filter Sentry design actually cleans off that filter with every activation. So it's designed really to clean itself and minimize the amount of time you even would have to service it with dirty water. I'll show you this animation here. So you can see as this valve opens and closes, that wiper is actually scraping across the fine mesh filter and taking off any debris or algae that would build up on that filter screen. So we found really, although it's designed to be easily serviceable, you're not having to service it as much in the field. But of course, if you have dirty water or growth in the mainline pipes, it's possible for the inlet valve to get clogged. So here's just a couple slides on how easy it is to service. Just a quick turn of the rock screen, and that can be taken off or replaced, cleaned out or replaced. Once that's off, even the little mesh filter screen can be pulled off and replaced or cleaned. And then finally, the seat seal that seals on the rock screen when it's closed. Removing these two screens, it can be pulled off and replaced as well. And so all those components are a lot less expensive to replace and service than an entire inlet valve. This is a great feature as well, the servicing of the regulator and solenoid without depressurizing your entire system. So the selector switch number 2 there, it can be turned to the on, off, or auto position. When it's in the off position, it actually isolates the flow from the valve, stopping it from going to either the solenoid or the regulator. So without having to shut off your isolation valve down the line, you can just turn the selector switch to the off position. You could take out the pressure regulator and adjust it. Or if you had to replace the solenoid after a surge event or something, it makes it a lot easier and saves a lot of time. And then we have shown number 4 there, actually another mesh filter screen, stainless steel filter screen. This just is another line of protection to control the control system components. So without a TTS system, you could easily be looking at an hour of work just for a basic routine maintenance. You're gonna have to shut down the water on the main line, make sure it's drained enough to bleed off the pressure, dig out around the rotor to access the serviceable components, take off, say, the solenoid if it was hit by lightning or surge, and then you're repairing the turf around it, and of course leaving unsightly scars on that, and then starting the system back up. With this total top serviceable technology, it's really 15 minutes or less, turning it off at the rotor. So as I mentioned, the selector switch turned to the off position, opening up the lid compartment, just the quarter turn screw, quickly replace any components, close it back up, and you're good to go. Another feature that accessory really for these rotors, but is a unique application, these rubber cover kits. So we offer a low bounce and a no bounce turf cup kit. The low bounce one you can see on the left there comes in both green and black. And this has a pattern on the top that's designed to reduce the how far the ball would bounce if it hits the top of the rotor. So instead of a hard plastic surface, this rubber will dampen the ball and it won't ricochet as far. So these are often installed around the green. People are having approach shots. If you miss the green just slightly and it ricochets off the rotor, they're penalized obviously more than they should be. And then the turf cup on the right, not as common to see these installed on golf courses. They're quite popular on sports fields. But this would be buried down in the ground a few inches and is fully invisible from the top. So we'll switch gears slightly and talk about distribution uniformity, which is a major feature of all our rotors and is really key to maintaining a pristine course. We'll also talk a little bit about some of the maintenance practices you can implement to improve distribution uniformity. So good quality turf really is all about uniformity as far as the irrigation goes. On the left, you can see evidence of poor uniformity. This is actually the same hole 1 year prior and 1 year after, just after replacing rotors. So you can see all the dry spots. You don't have head-to-head coverage. You're not getting good uniformity even in certain areas at all. And then on the right, very uniform turf. Often the concepts of efficiency and uniformity are confused when it comes to irrigation. So I think this graphic helps explain it or just make it clear visually. Efficiency is affected by the operator and is really the ratio between the amount of water the plant beneficially uses compared to the amount of water the irrigation system applies. So on the top, you have efficient irrigation, giving it the depth of water that the root zone needs. Below that would be not efficient, overwatering. So you're wasting water, potentially giving the plants too much water. In contrast, uniformity refers to how evenly the water is applied over a given area. And this is affected by the performance of the equipment itself. So on the top would be good uniformity. It's even across the playing field. Obviously, it's never going to be perfect. Perfect uniformity would be 1.0 or 100%, but above 85% is going to be excellent uniformity. On the bottom is clearly poor uniformity. You have more water, deeper water depth in certain areas, so you're applying too much water in some areas and not enough water in others. Or if you really, got those stressed areas, more water, now you're even applying extra water to other areas. So it's a waste of water and just doesn't produce good results. So how to improve distribution uniformity? Ensuring rotors are level is a basic one, but very important. Confirming rotor to rotor coverage. If this is not the case, there's a few things you can do to try and achieve this, looking at changing nozzles or increasing pressure. But if you go through all these maintenance practices and still do not achieve a good distribution uniformity, then it's probably time to start considering upgrading your irrigation system with the latest and greatest rotor technology. So this first thing may sound obvious, but with settling over time, rotors can become not level or flush with the surface. And it's really important that this is level with the surface to achieve optimal watering performance. Also over time, top dressing or settling the rotors could end up significantly lower than the surface. In this case, the rotors should be raised up to be flush with the surface. This is to prevent the shorter range nozzles from hitting the edge of the ground around it, which would negatively impact the performance. You're just not going to get enough water in the short range areas. The rotor should be throwing water all the way to the next closest rotor. This is often referred to head-to-head or rotor-to-rotor coverage. In the diagram here, you can see how a properly designed and performing system, all rotors are covering the distance up to the next closest rotor. So you have part circles on the side going 180 and making it up to the rotors across and next to it. And then you have 90-degree rotors in the corners also making it up. So this leads to the most uniform coverage throughout the area. If the spacing is designed correctly, but there are rotors that are not reaching the next head, it's possible that the pressure is too low. So the best way to confirm the pressure is using a pitot gauge to measure the pressure at the main nozzle. So you can see the pitot gauge shown there sticking into the water stream. It's important to note here, though, that there is a pressure loss through the body and the internals of the rotor. So the pressure at the nozzle is inherently going to be less than the pressure at the inlet of the rotor, and especially less than pressure downstream on the pipe. You're going to get more pressure loss through the pipe clearly. So if you're still not achieving head-to-head coverage, but have good pressure, it's possible you need to switch out the nozzles to a larger nozzle to get further throw on the radius and get that head-to-head coverage. We offer a large range of nozzles to fit the needs of every application, and these can be easily switched out in the field. Also, it's rare, but it's possible for debris to damage the nozzles over time, which will negatively affect performance. If this is the case, the nozzles would need to be replaced. Now, if these general maintenance steps have not, or have all been done, and as I mentioned, you're still not getting good uniformity, then it's time to consider replacing your rotors with the latest technology. So that was the situation for Moorpark Country Club. The flyover of a distribution uniformity audit that was done there did the distribution uniformity audit on the rotors that were in the ground, and then dug those up, and then in the same conditions did the Hunter rotors right after. And so run through just a quick case study of the results of that challenge. So the rotors in the ground were calculated out to a 69% distribution uniformity, or a runtime multiplier of 1.23. So you're going to have to run the rotors a lot more to get water to those lower areas. The Hunter rotors showed a distribution uniformity of 91%, so runtime multiplier of only 1.06. So much more efficient in the application of water there. So this shows the calculation of how much water you would save, assuming 260 cycles per year, so 5 days of watering a week, which is typical, especially out here on the west coast of the States. So you'd have to run 19.2 minutes of what was in the ground versus 17 minutes for the Hunter 85s around the green. So this almost 3 minutes difference of head at a 23 gallon per minute nozzle, or 87 liters per minute, works out to 58 gallons, or almost 220 liters per head. You multiply that out by, in this case, if they had it across their entire course, it'd be 1,800 rotors, but you could insert, whatever total number of heads, replacing all of them. That's over 100,000 gallons, or almost 400,000 liters per cycle. So times that 260 cycles per year, you're talking about over 100 million liters of savings in water per year. So significant amount of water savings from an environmental standpoint, as well as just a cost standpoint. So calculation based on their water cost, it was almost $65,000 US annually that they would save on water costs alone. And this doesn't even include the pump cost savings. So obviously electricity and wear and tear on your pump station to pump all that extra additional water out to the field adds up quickly. Of course, there's not only the water savings and uniformity and application and the look, but the playability of the turf and how uniform that playing surface is, especially on the greens. So this was a month-long study we did with the Pogo moisture sensor that you can see there. So the handheld probe is a dielectric impedance sensor, measures soil moisture, salinity, among other things. In this case, we were just looking at soil moisture. So the superintendent or greenkeeper did measurements across the green over a month period and found that the Hunter rotors outperformed a leading competitor by 13% on that moisture uniformity. So we'll end with a quick project highlight, Ostrucker's Golf Club. This is actually up in Sweden, but is a cool project to highlight because it was done with the Henrik Stenson golf design firm. This was his first golf course that his firm designed. So for those of you that are into golf, which I assume everyone here is, you would probably recognize the Henrik Stenson's name. He won the 2016 Open Championship, beating out Phil Mickelson just barely. This was established in 1988, but they came to us to do a complete renovation. It's a 45-hole course, so 2 18s and a small short course. I'll show you a picture of that here. So it was a phased renovation, so they did an entire 18 first, and then the par 3 short course, the 9-hole in the middle, and then the remaining 18. And so there was a lot of logistics and planning that went into this. Teamwork was critical, and we worked closely with them to deliver product as needed, and worked and sent people on site to help manage the installation and grow-in process. So here's a picture of the grow-in on the left. You can see the seeds starting to take. On the right, the hole is just being shaped and prepared. So rotors installed, but even at this point, it's very critical, especially to have uniformity of that grow-in period. Looking back at the controllers as well, mentioned at the beginning, the flexibility to run the rotors via standalone controllers before the central computer was even installed was key to the success on this project. So without the central computer and all the communication back to the maintenance shop being installed, they could just install controllers hole by hole, connect those to the rotors, and then run those manually as they're doing the grow-in process. And here's the final product. So you can see it turned out to just be a beautiful course there, water features, and then the turf is in perfect condition there, overlooking the clubhouse in the background. With that, we just mentioned we take pride in providing golf professionals with the tools and support they need to conceptualize, create, and manage world-class golf courses. Thank you for your time, and check out our website there, hunterindustries.com/golf, to learn more.
Carl, thank you very much for a very detailed presentation. There's a question from the audience.
Sure.
What is the importance of weather stations? I mean, sometimes in some courses have a very, very elaborate weather stations. Do you need that kind of data, or is it something which is superficial?
No, it is valuable. It depends certainly on your climate. Some courses will actually have multiple weather stations if it's really spread out and they find they have a microclimate on one end of the course versus the other. And so our central control software can take that data, even ET data, and then you can use that to adjust your irrigation from a day-to-day standpoint. So it's not necessary, but it certainly is valuable as an additional tool.
But would you think that a simpler system which gives you relative humidity, wind direction, temperature would suffice in most of the cases in a country like India?
I would think so. I mean, you get microclimates around mountains and stuff where certain holes are tucked in completely different areas. So I think, as far as I know about the weather in India, it would be consistent enough across your course with that info. You would be okay.
Thank you, Carl. Thank you for a great presentation.
Rugged construction, first-class performance. With all-day-long comfort, the Toro Workman GTX is simply superior. The Workman GTX was designed based on input from thousands of turf and maintenance professionals. Available in gas or electric with a variety of seating and bed options, its versatility is unmatched. Set it up with a flatbed or a virtually indestructible double-walled cargo box and say goodbye to dents, scratches, and cracks. The Workman GTX is the ultimate utility vehicle for demanding terrain, rough roads, or challenging work sites. When it comes to accessories, we've got a place for everything. The racking system lets you secure your gear exactly how you want. Front and rear attachments are easy to install and mount above the suspension, reducing noise and excess wear in your equipment. And it's all customizable. Save room and reduce bed clutter. Better storage means less back and forth on the job. You've got everything you need to stay productive. It's easy to attach a mount for your phone or tablet. And there's a standard USB port to keep them charged. The GTX is the first vehicle in its class to offer both key and pedal start, standard. Rack and pinion steering gives the GTX car-like comfort and control. Coil-over shock suspension on all four wheels delivers the ultimate in crew comfort. But just because we made the Workman comfortable doesn't mean it lacks power. It can tow 1,000 pounds and has a total vehicle capacity of 1,200 pounds. And when faced with uneven terrain, our split frame and gimbal joint allow the Workman to articulate, keeping all four wheels safely on the ground and the operator in the seat. It also features class-exclusive four-wheel hydraulic disc brakes, providing better stopping power with less effort and minimal maintenance. More comfort, more power, more versatile, more control. The Workman GTX is simply superior. Only from Toro. Count on it.
When gigantic infrastructure transforms the spirit of sports, history gets created. The structure is equivalent to 32 Olympic-sized soccer fields. There are 11 pitches made of red and black soil, and it is the only stadium in the world to offer same soil surfaces for both the main and practice pitches.
Good evening, everyone. It's my pleasure to welcome a high-powered panel speaking on the sustainability of golf courses. We have Mr. Ashwini Khurana, who needs no introduction, but there are many feathers in his cap, from being the Lottery King of India to being the youngest highest income taxpayer in India, an environmental activist, person who breathes environment day and night. Mr. Ashwini Khurana is CEO of Karma Lakeland, which probably has the best environmental practices practiced by a golf course in the country. Mr. Tom Pearson, a very experienced golf course designer, spent almost a lifetime with Jack Nicklaus Design, has traveled to more than 30 countries designing those golf courses. And then he thought that he needed to venture out on his own. So he has Pearson Design, his own company now. Mr. Vijit Nandajog, well-known golf architect in India, runs a company called Golf Design India, focuses on sustainable designs, focuses on sustainable golf courses, and does small, large, all kinds of golf courses. He is not focused only on a resort golf course. Mr. Ashish Rathod of Oswal Udyog, he specializes in making chemicals which do treat water, the clearance of ponds without disturbing the ecological balance inside a golf course. Colonel K.K. Singh is an experienced golf course superintendent, has worked in Army Golf Club, worked in JP Greens, worked in ITC Classic, and now he heads the Green Committee in prestigious Delhi Golf Club. Welcome, all of you gentlemen. We will first begin with Mr. Tom Pearson, and we'll request him to share his thoughts on sustainability of golf courses, primarily because one of the criticisms against golf courses is that very expansive designs, large-scale renovations, too much of earth movement actually makes a golf course very expensive, environmentally non-sustainable. So how do we ride over these concerns which the people will continuously have? Mr. Tom Pearson.
Well, thank you very much for including me in this panel and discussion. The cost of a golf course is started actually with the excavation, the materials needed to build a golf course. As you may know, normal golf course is about 180 acres, and this is a normal 72 par golf course. Of course, we do 9-hole golf courses, we do executive golf courses, par 3 golf courses that take less acreage. The things that we need to have for a golf course, excuse me, is, like I mentioned, the construction costs And we need to drain a golf course for the sustainability of quality turf. We need to drain a golf course properly so that the drainage doesn't go where it should not go. We control the drainage so it doesn't harm the environment. And then we also control the drainage so that it can be recirculated into and be used as irrigation water. So there's a cost right there that needs to be done for the golf course to remain liable and financially secure for the developer and owner. The other thing is the irrigation. Irrigation, we consider that to be the bloodline of a golf course. These two items I mentioned, the irrigation and the drainage, ironically, they're the two things we don't see. They're both underground. And a lot of times people don't consider that as something that's that important because they can't see it. So the major construction and the major cost of building a golf course is what happens underground. Then we get into obviously the shaping, the construction of the bunkers, the greens, and so forth. So there's a lot that goes into building a golf course that justifies the expense of it while working with the environment and creating, I've witnessed on many occasions, a better situation when a golf course is put next to an environmentally sensitive area. So every site is different. As you mentioned, I've worked in many countries, many states here in America, been involved in several hundred golf courses. Every one is different. So it's very hard to say, okay, because we did this on this golf course, we can do it again on another one. Yes, there are some features and things that we can do that we've done previously and learned from, but every site is different. So we always approach each site differently and take it on as a new adventure.
Thank you, Tom. Since you have focused a lot on irrigation and drainage, so I think it's the right time to come to Adhish Rathod, who does a lot of work with the water treatment. And Adhish, your thoughts on how to use these chemicals without disturbing the ecological balance and also rather enhancing the environmental aspects of a golf course, apart from the aesthetics.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. I will be talking a lot in brief, in more detail, tomorrow in my presentation regarding the aesthetic enhancement for the golf courses, its water bodies and turf. And today, as my fellow panelist, Tom, he correctly pointed out about the irrigation impact and other water, the impact on water. And that's also a subject very close to my heart, because when we talk of impact on the environment, there are two things which really, as you know, in modern times, what we are looking at when golf courses are concerned. One is impact on groundwater and the availability of water, and the second is reducing the carbon footprint, the carbon emission. You know, most modern golf courses today are designed very well, and the carbon footprint is, we can say, is they are absorbing carbon rather than releasing carbon. And the primary sources of that could be the chemical use, the sources of electricity, and several other power sources which add to the carbon, and overall the trees and the plantations, they absorb the carbon. So the goal should be to become carbon negative for each golf course for long-term environmental sustainability. And coming to the point of water treatment and groundwater, and my goal has been to work with golf courses to make them able to use more and more water which is generated within their facility. For example, sewage water, a lot of wastewater and sewage water can be very effectively treated using good quality sewage treatment plants. A well-designed sewage treatment plants which has a coagulation tank. It should have a settling tank where you can use chemicals to settle the suspended particles, then move it to the next chamber where which will be more of reduce the TDS by using several probiotics and beneficial bacteria. These days, several beneficial bacteria are available, and they have very good efficiency when it comes to reducing the BOD and COD of the water, reducing the TDS, reducing ammonia, hydrogen sulfide, whatever toxins, overall reducing the toxins in the water, improving the water quality. And this water can be reused. Water can be reused. The golf courses already have many water bodies which can act as a storage system for this kind of water. So this will help reduce the consumption of water and help reduce the competition. As we know that India is a very densely populated country. Even in a tier 2 city in India, the population density is very high. So a golf course, irrespective of wherever it is located in India, will always be competing with nearby community for water. So this is something which needs to be looked at for a long-term sustainability and environmental impact point of view. How do we reuse our water? How do we treat our water? We should ensure golf course managers and irrigation specialists should ensure that no water gets wasted or drained out. We should try to have reusability of water as much as possible, and several techniques and technologies are available.
Thank you, Adhish. Vijit, I come back to you since you do a lot of work in India. And as Tom rightly said, that we require a large tract of land. Indian condition is different, and Adhish pointed out about the population density in this country. Maybe enough land is not available. So, and sustainability is not only about environmental sustainability. I think golf courses need to be financially sustainable too. And so how do you think that in India we could modify our designs or our desires and make golf much more sustainable? Because we know a lot of golf courses in India face challenge of survival for financial reasons also.
Yeah, absolutely, sir. Spot on there. A big challenge that in the past most Indian golf courses have faced. I would answer this in two ways. I think number one would be the fascination of golf courses with Augusta-like conditions, that we've seen in the past. So a lot of golf courses try and replicate models that have been successful elsewhere, which might not be the right thing to do for their particular site or their overall project. So, right from the start in terms of construction budgets, construction qualities, lots of projects go wrong and they're not sustainable, because they're not built on the right model or the appropriate model for that particular site. That is one aspect. Number two, we need to make golf a fun sport by the end. It's a game after all by the end of the day. So, I think most of the work that will happen in the coming times, especially in India, would be building smaller golf courses, which would use up less land, use up less water, plus also would help bring the community together more. So, we are designing as we speak a few golf courses where you have, multiple uses for the golf course, not just golf, but we have, community areas where you have viewing decks. We have, areas where people can sit and enjoy, have a outing. Plus, we can have other sports intermingling with golf. Like who says a golf course, you need to have only golfers, using that space or land. You can have other sports other facilities, built, designed in a cohesive manner, you know. So all that will definitely will be helpful to generate more income for the overall project. Plus, also in the long term, ensure that the golf course is sustainable. You know, a lot of golf courses have shut down purely because there are not enough takers for golf. So you have other sports, other facilities also, build them into golf, and obviously use techniques for design and construction, you know, which are more sustainable. Use native grasses, reduce the irrigation area for the golf course, ensure that you're using up less water, less fertilizers, you know, less maintenance people, less maintenance budgets, you know. So golf course, I see the future going that way. Golf courses are designed where the turf area is reduced, maintenance load is reduced in the long term, and overall profitability goes up. And this is the trend globally. I'm sure Tom will agree also. That's the trend going around throughout the world. And that's the way I think golf should go in India also.
Thank you, Vijit. I think sustainability is a question which golf administrators all over the world are grappling with. Their governments, their communities which have issues with golf courses, use of chemicals, pollution of water, drawing of groundwater, etc. So I'm sure people like Tom and Vijit, etc., are taking care to address those concerns. In fact, RNA, who have been very kind enough to support this initiative of ours, has made a sustainability policy, which I would like everyone in the audience to have a look at. So let's have a look at the RNA sustainability presentation. And RNA has gone one step ahead. They even provide services. They also provide agronomic consultancy. And I think the focus is on what Vijit was mentioning: usage of local materials, reduction of irrigation, usage of lesser water, lesser chemicals. And I think golf community worldwide now thinks that golf courses are a habitat for diversity of flora and fauna. To whatever extent possible, at least the fauna should be preserved. We now have Mr. Ashwini Khurana.
Namaskar.
Mr. Ashwini Khurana, as I said before, has had many achievements to his credit. Once upon a time, he was the lottery king of India. He was the youngest and the highest income taxpayer obviously at a very young age. He's an environmental activist. He's a golf enthusiast, and he's the CEO of Karma Lakeland, which certainly has the best environmental practices in the country. For him, environmental protection comes first and golf course comes later. In fact, I think I'm wrong. For him, environment and golf courses maintenance go together. Welcome, Mr. Ashwini Khurana. May I request you to talk a little bit about the practices which you employ to make a golf course environmentally sustainable in your property?
Namaskar, everybody. My serious apologies for stepping up and joining late, but thank you for letting me in and inviting me to speak. We're talking about best practices in managing a golf course. Here at Karma Lakelands, one of the things which everybody talks about, but we've done it in a certain way, is a zero runoff planning of the golf course in terms of the drainage. What we did was we discovered 22 open wells in the lands that today are a golf course. And the golf course designer planned the entire rainwater runoff to go into these old existing bore wells. The sign on every bore well, so no, I'm sorry, I'm using the word bore well. It's the open wells. You know, mostly they'll be like 11, 12 feet diameter. Oh, shit. So I'm sorry, am I back with you? The phone came in. Can you hear me, please?
No problem, sir. Please, yes, yes.
Okay. Rainwater harvesting, open wells, mostly 11, 12 feet dia. They go down about 100 feet, and the entire rainwater runoff goes to the lake system. When the lake system swells up into one of these 22 open wells, and we are taking in to the earth millions and millions of liters of water every year, every monsoon season. Then I feel this is unique. Mostly when a golf course has to be designed, I'm not sure whether the designer asks for a survey map in which any existing well is shown or not. I have a feeling people talk a lot but don't do enough. So at least my golf course designer, Pacific Coast Design, Phil Ryan, was very particular. He wanted every tree that exists on the farmland at that time marked in a survey map, every open well marked in a survey map. So that's one thing where we begin from. The other practices that we have, and I feel very, very unique, is farm animals. Now, at Karma Lakelands, we got cows, goats, chickens, and we produce a lot of milk. The local Indian A2 milk yielding cows. So I call these cows great composters. The goats also do great composting. And all you have to do is the green waste of their liking. So many times you do prunings, tree branches come down. Normally we avoid giving them the grass, especially from the greens, because no matter what you do, howsoever great you are, you have to use certain chemicals on the greens. But our roughs have no chemical. So all the grass cuttings from the roughs, which take forever to decompose and turn into a soil energizer, my cows, you run it through them, 24 hours later, you got compost. So biocomposting of the entire waste, green waste, is where our strength is. We generate in our 300 acres a truckload. That's about 6 to 8 tractor trolley loads of green waste every day. And this goes to the biocompost yard, where interestingly, we pump the community's sewage, whether it is recycled or raw, it really doesn't matter. We pump it on top of these green waste piles, and the smell from the sewage is there while it's dissipating and getting into the pile, which is not more than 5 to 10 minutes. Thereafter, the sewage has so much bacteria that it expedites the decomposition and turning of the biomass into compost. There is no smell, no flies, no mosquitoes, because the biomass pile temperature goes up. Am I on? Let's see. Am I on? Sorry.
Yes.
So the biomass, when expedited decomposition is happening because of the bacteria in your sewage, the temperatures inside the piles go anywhere between 50 and 70 degrees Celsius. At this temperature, no fly and mosquito wants to be there. The sewage has already gone down under. It's at work. decomposing your stuff, and we call it from night soil to soil energizer. So that's the other very strong eco practice that Karma Licklands has. So we got rainwater harvesting, we got great composters at work between our cows and goats, then we get healthy cow's milk. Golf courses have enough land and more, most of them, in corners here and there where the golf course is not there. Let's call it the back of the house. Back of the house, always on a golf course, will be enough to do biocomposting, to keep farm animals, and rainwater harvesting we've talked about. Then we very uniquely we set up bee boxes for bee farming some 7-8 years ago in pursuit of promoting pollination, because pollination is very important to enhance the health of the fruits, the vegetables, flowers, the works. So any proper ecosystem needs expedited, healthy pollination. So in pursuit of pollination, we brought in bee boxes, and we've kept growing the bee box numbers. Today, we create over 1,000 kilograms of honey every year in our 3 locations. One of them being the Karma Licklands Golf Course, then our head office is in 8 acres in town there too, and a satellite location where we need to keep migrating bees for certain reasons. So 1,000 plus kgs of honey happens a year, lots of pollination, lots of butterflies, because chemical use / abuse is bare minimum. One little proof that a golf course has not been poisoned with over chemicalization is, you see those worm castings on the fairways, those earthworm castings. Every now and then you come across one. A super best maintained golf course, maintained to international standards, will not have any worm castings, those little earth mounds that you see on any fairway, because of the use and abuse of chemicals. You're sending poison down to your water table, and one of these days, this water is coming back to you for drinking. So these are things that I, for now, would talk about. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. I might come back again if you want to. Bye for now.
Thank you, Mr. Khurana. I think he alluded to some kind of golf course design which took into consideration the environmental protection. And Tom, you probably one of the most experienced persons going around the world, and you deal with different countries, different climates, different kind of weather systems. And just like US, India has also got multiple weather systems. Do you think that when you work in India, you need to take care of few other things? I mean, we are largely dry and arid, largely. So do you think that we need to take care in design of some special things which will make it environmentally more sustainable and also financially more sustainable?
Well, as you mentioned, I've worked around the world, and like I mentioned, every place is different. So when I go into a new project, I am dependent upon the project engineer, the owner, the land planner, and so forth to bring me up to speed on what the requirements are for the project, whether it be environmentally, cost-wise, the age of the membership, is it going to be a housing development or a standalone golf course? So all these go into the design process. So I'm always accommodating what the situation is for that particular site, that particular golf course. I've never had an issue or a problem in meeting those goals that are presented to me. In some respects, people have asked me, what about all these environmental regulations? How do they affect your design? Well, they don't affect me all that much. Matter of fact, sometimes they've created some interesting situations, interesting design, which I'm sure Vijit has witnessed on his own designs as well. But the person that the environmental restrictions affect mostly is the owner. I mentioned that we need to have so much land for a golf course and to play the game. We're talking about sustainability and environmental, but one of the things that drives design of a golf course also too is the equipment that's being used nowadays. You've probably heard many discussions about the balls going too far, or what's going to control that, and it affects our design as well. We're designing corridors for a golf hole that are wider than they used to be to accommodate for the extra length of that golf ball. So that uses more land. That means more land has to be drained. Nowadays, it's popular to have a golf course design that has a lot of native area. This is not because that's the flavor of the month or anything like that. It's because we are reducing the turf area requiring irrigation, which helps the environment, which helps the cost, less irrigation system. We're always contouring the golf course and the fairways so that we're collecting all that water. We're collecting the fertilization so it doesn't go off site or into these native areas. So we're always trying to accommodate what's going on that particular site to accommodate everything.
We now have Colonel KKK Singh, who is a very experienced greenkeeper. So may I come to you? We are talking about environmental sustainability, and we've had people talking about water treatment, about designs, about sustainable practices. What, in your opinion, will be good practices to make a golf course more environmentally more sustainable?
I would say that reduce the watering area of the golf course. What it implies that you only water fairways, rough and green, and the rough means only immediate rough. And any area beyond that should not be watered and maintained like as the case is normally in the golf course. They want to maintain everything looking green. It may not be possible. So leave the area which are beyond the fairway and do not maintain them, do not water them. Instead, you can put some plants or some grass which doesn't require too much of water. And in Indian conditions, each place has its own local grass. That can be grown there. That doesn't require much looking after, not much of water or fertilizer and chemicals. And secondly, the requirement of water, especially in our country, is increasing so much that very soon there will be no water, fresh water will be allowed to maintain a golf course. Like some cities have already banned use of fresh water, that is either through borewell or through pipeline, it has been banned. So we have to perforce use the treated water, sewage water, treated water, make our own sanitation plants, and the water collected should be stored and used at the golf course. We cannot continue to put water where we feel like. Like I remember once during the peak summer season in JP Green Golf Course, when the temperature was hovering around 44 degrees centigrade, we worked out the peak requirement of water on our golf course, that is 27-hole golf course. The figure came to 3.5 lakh gallon per day. Can you imagine? Which is impossible. Of course, it is required only for a few days. So then we realized, yeah, what are we doing? We have to reduce. We cannot use so much of water at the golf course. To make it sustainable, water is going to be dearer every day. So we had to adopt greens, use local grass wherever is possible. And in as far as maintenance is fertilizer and chemical as well, it is too much of water. If you use organic substance in lieu, the requirement water is used. And other points have been brought up. We must use less and less water on the golf course.
Now I come to you, Vijit. I mean, we have heard about water, but there's a saying which many agronomists and greenkeepers say, that the only quality water needs to have is that it should be wet. So while we are talking about water usage in large parts of India, you have shortage of water, you need to draw it from the borewell, and there's a lot of resistance from the agricultural community, and who obviously have a bigger right over water than golf courses do have. Do you think it's a challenge, and do you think designs have to cater to all this, and how do you do that?
Absolutely, sir. Design, especially in a country like India, where, unfortunately in a lot of places, people don't have enough drinking water. So it's actually a crime to use, or rather waste water where it's not required. There's a minimum quantity of water that is required to maintain turf and the golf course in the condition that we all desire. But just like right now, KK Singh mentioned, reducing the irrigation area and reducing the quantity of water that the golf course is using is absolutely 100% critical. So lots of ways to do that, like I mentioned in the past also. But the main thing is to use native grasses and understand that green grass is not always healthy grass also. So you see even PGA level tournaments now these days, US Opens and PGA Championships have been held on golf courses which typically don't look like the conventional US Open setups. So, that kind of awareness also has to be created within the golf community and the industry, that lush green is not always healthy turf also. So you need to create firm and fast setups rather than wet and soft setups, which has been, unfortunately, misunderstood in the past in India. I've visited so many golf courses where main complaint from people is that your greens are too firm, or surrounds are too firm, which should be the other way. If you're able to maintain healthy and firm turf, I don't think there's any reason to complain for anything. So the awareness also is lacking, and overall it's increasing now. You've seen even television coverage, like I mentioned, showing golf courses which are more sustainable. The look and feel of the golf courses is different. So all that is changing for sure now.
Vijit has mentioned something about aesthetics. So Adish, I'll come to you for that. But before I come to you, can I ask Tom? Vijit Nandrajog says that it's only in India people want a golf course to look green. Is that so in your experience, or is it a universal phenomenon?
Oh, everybody wants a green, emerald, park-like golf course. They want it, especially if you have houses on your golf course. I've been on a project before where we proposed native areas around the perimeter of the golf course, and there was housing, and all the residents came against that because they didn't want any of the sand or anything to blow into their swimming pools or their patios. So they opted for going to more turf around the perimeter. I went ahead and put the native areas on the interior of the golf course only. But we ended up reducing the native area almost half as much. And this is the client's request. It wasn't, something that I was forcing on them. So, like I've said before, it's working with the owner and providing them with the product that they're looking for. But yeah, people are, they like that green grass, but there's still a way of doing that and reducing irrigated areas and being able to accomplish everything that we need to.
Yes, my understanding was that while it's easy to talk about environmental solutions, not to irrigate rough areas, etc. But there's also a lot of pressure from membership to do exactly opposite of that. So we
Yes.
probably need to do something like that. So can I come to Adish for some more solutions to make a blend of good aesthetics with good environmental practices?
Thank you, sir, for highlighting these points. I would like to thank you, Vijit and Tom, for bringing out the aesthetic aspect of a golf course, especially the demand for green. And it's very pleasing to see green grass. When we see dry grass, people misunderstand it as there could be some disease or something. And a lush green golf course has always been there in people's imagination and desire. So these days there are a lot of colorants available. I'm sure a lot of golf course superintendents would have used them. They are very safe. There are many brands, international brands are available. My company also has our own brand of turf colorant, or also called as turf paint. They are made from pigments which are water-based, and they don't enter the root zone. And now comes a question whether these are safe. A lot of people think whether these are safe or not. These are absolutely safe. They should be water-based, and they should not penetrate the root or the leaf.
Are you referring to green launcher? Are you referring to use of green launcher?
Yes, sir. My company makes a similar product, the lawn paint. We call it Green Lift 400.
Yeah.
So this is ideally, these are made from phthalocyanine pigments, and they are very safe to use. People are using colorants on their bodies these days, coloring their hair, coloring their nails, coloring their lips, coloring their faces, and coloring grass is also one option that the superintendents and course managers should explore when there is a demand of green. Especially this demand is during events and tournaments. And if you don't have a desirable green for such events, you should go for using artificial colorants.
Ashish, it does not take away the requirement of water. It just changes the color. We tried it out this year in Delhi Golf Club.
Yes.
In winters, the turf was looking absolutely yellow. And we tried it out, number of greens, they're looking green, but the water requirement is there. You cannot do away without it.
Yes, I agree with you. It will not reduce the requirement of water or fertilizer. This is
it cannot be done away. Only scientific method also is that most of the golf courses, they don't have weather station. With weather station, you can work out the exact ET, that is evapotranspiration, how many minutes water you require for the golf course on that day at that temperature. In that case, if we have that, most of the courses now are requiring it, then water is never wasted. Because we find wherever I go, our course is different. Either there's too much of water or there's too little of water. It has to be measured exactly how many minutes water that golf was required during that weather condition. And only that much water should be used.
I think Mr. Khurana is back with us. So let's take his views on aesthetics and usage of water. Does he use any other practices? Is Mr. Khurana there?
No, it's gone off.
Okay. So we also have some questions to take, which I'll take after I finish with you all. But I think one of the things which everyone seems to be agreeing on is to have lesser area to be irrigated. And while there are other methods of reducing the irrigation, evapotranspiration calculations, etc. But I think everyone seems to be agreeing that we need to have lesser area to irrigate, especially if you have water scarcity. And I think what Adish, if I understand it correctly, what you are saying is that you also pander to those members who think green is great without sacrificing anything, and you have a safe coloration of the turf without coming to that. If someone can take a question from the audience, that is a time coming when we'll have synthetic greens on golf courses.
So before that, I think Mr. Khurana is back. You had some question for Mr. Khurana. We can take that first and then come back.
I'm there with you.
Tom, what do you think?
Oh, yes. Actually, there are synthetic greens already. I actually made a proposal to a client, had an existing golf course, and I proposed to take 9 holes and turn it into 18 synthetic holes as a par 3 golf course. Synthetic turf has its advantages and disadvantages like everything else. The big thing, which I'm down here in Florida, and it would apply also to India, is the heat. And that turf really, really gets hot during the summertime. There is a chemical, a granule chemical that they can put on it, which reduces the temperature of the material. So that would take care of that to some extent. The life expectancy of the turf is like 10, 15 years, then you got to replace it. You still have a drainage concern. You still have to go in and top dress the whole thing so that you get good ball reaction when you hit the ball. I'm not as accomplished golfer as Vijit is, so he could probably address that better than I. But then there's the expense of it too. I have not been able to get a synthetic turf company to give me how long it would be to pay back the expense of it, but that little par 3 I was going to do was going to be like $600,000 US, and that's the greens, the tees, and an approach to the green. The rest of the site would just be native area. So yeah, and people are putting synthetic greens in their backyards. It's popular over here among the rich people, so they can practice on. So there's definitely that industry out there. They are accommodating clubs, but it all comes down to everybody likes the real thing.
And if I understand it correctly, I think while it will reduce water usage by a huge amount, but you'll still need some water source for cooling purposes, cooling of the turf during the daytime, just like other turfs use.
It's not necessarily to cool it down. And with synthetic turf, it's not just putting turf down. You have to top dress it.
Yes.
And that's what makes the blade stand up.
Yes.
If you take a brand new piece of synthetic turf, all the fibers are all laid down, so it's the top dressing. So the moisture at that top dressing needs to have some sort of a moisture content to stay in place and to make the surface playable. So it's not like you're totally taking away irrigation. It doesn't have to be as precise and exact as with normal turf, but certainly it's a reduction of water usage.
But also importantly, sir, like Tom mentioned, playability wise, it's like if you can have the real thing, then why go into synthetic? That's the take that most people have on this. I haven't seen a synthetic surface that can match the playability of natural turf, at least yet, in my experience.
Thank you, Tom, for that. We also have another question. I mean, I think it has been partially answered by Colonel K.K. Singh about how do you reduce the usage of water. I think one thing which you suggested was have a better weather station. I think the second thing which you suggested was have a lesser area to irrigate. And perhaps the third thing is to have grasses which need lesser water. Is that correct, sir?
Yeah.
And now since Tom...
I'd like to share one experience.
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Experience with this. I had gone to a local military station and they asked me to make a small golf course, 2-3 hole golf course. I said, fine. And I got the grass from a nearby golf course. but the grass will not go because they didn't have that much of water there. What to do? How to grow the grass without water? So I looked around desperately and found some local grass growing on the slope, on that firing range. The idea struck me, why not use this local grass? So I told them, take it out, make a small nursery. It took more than 6 months. And next year when I went, the complete fairway was green with the local grass, which didn't get water.
I think Mr. Khurana is back with us. I think he was having some technical difficulties. When you become an environmentalist, you forget technology. So, Mr. Khurana, we were discussing, reduction in usage of water, environmental sustainability. You talked about a lot of environmental practices in your property. How do you think that water usage can be reduced while practicing sustainable environmental practices? Something which you practice.
Arun, I'll slightly digress from your question and first share an experience. And this is my experience with the Qutub Golf Course, New Delhi, which was under construction a few years ago. And I realized they had done this 5 holes in the ground for water bodies. And the next thing they were going to do was EPDM, lining of these lakes to be. And I tried to reason with them that, I calculated actually, we were expecting about 30 crore liters. I was trying to turn it into millions. So that's 300 million. 300 million liters of rainwater a year is generated in the Qutub Golf Course, 400,000 square meters. And so my understanding after getting deep into it was that this golf course drainage will bring water into the lake system where it will be forced to rot till it evaporates. And then, of course, the mosquito breeding and the algae and everything, no matter how many aerators and other artificial stuff you put in, when you're dealing with crores of liters of rainwater in a relatively shallow water body, which was going to be about 5 to 5.5 feet deep, there is no way that things that I apprehended would happen. So tried reasoning out with the management team, arrogant government planning friends, engineers know better. Eventually, I went to the environmental court and got a restraint order on the construction of the lakes. And the government wouldn't respond for a long, long time. The court told them, stall entire construction till you satisfy us on Ashwani Khurana's this litigation. So the final outcome was, after the court and its appointed support, technical, environmental, water management people looked at it. So the court told them, you can only resume construction if you give us an undertaking that you will not do any impervious lining to your lakes. 2, you will never pump fresh water from the ground to fill up these lakes. In other words, the court insisted that all these 5 holes in the ground that you've done are going to be actually not lakes, but water percolation ponds. And sure enough, that's what happens. I've checked afterwards, about 30 crore liters plus a year of rainwater on that 400,000 meters is going into my Mother Earth. And water tables in this golf course are anywhere between 260 feet and 400 feet below. And that's not at all a healthy water level to have. So I just actually wanted to share this episode, and if there's a message in this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashwini. That was a really good share. We are almost running out of time. In fact, we have run out of time. But I think you gentlemen have made it very interesting, and we still keep getting questions from the audience. So let me take one last question from the audience. The question reads, Vijit and Tom, with growing pressure to reduce manpower and labor costs, what design techniques would you use to help reduce labor requirements? Any one of you can take this.
Yeah, so I'll say a quick few words and Dom can continue. Many techniques, not really techniques, but we need to be conscious about how we design a golf course. Certain features require more maintenance, like bunkers, obviously. So just adding bunkers which don't solve the purpose of adding to the strategy or playability of the hole. Try and avoid that. Certain features, design them in a way where mowing becomes easier. So where you can clean them up or mow them in an easier pass, all that. Reduction of bunkers, like I mentioned. So many other ways than, Tom, if you would like to add to this also.
No, I agree with you, Vijit. This is one of those things that's discussed before a golf course is designed. How maintainable do you want the golf course? Do you want to take sand up the face of a bunker, or do you want to have the sand low? Are you going to use fly mow equipment to do the bunker faces? All this goes into the actual design of the golf course, because like Vijit, we want to leave our clients with a sustainable and maintainable, economically feasible golf course, so that it goes on for years and years and the membership is happy.
Yeah, even small little things like green design, when golf memberships want big greens to have enough pin positions for easy maintenance, but at the same time, if the green surface is large, you require more maintenance in a way anyway. So there has to be a balance between what is required in terms of the shot values and the playability strategies of each hole. So all that, I think it's a long topic, and we can have a long chat on this forever, I think.
I had a question, Tom. Why not reduce the ornamental bunkers? I mean, sometimes there are just too many bunkers, more than what they required. Sand is getting scarce more and more, and it's expensive.
Again, it's what the client requires. Does there have to be a lot of bunkers? No. We talked about using native area. That's a hazard. It's just not a formal bunker. So native areas can be and are brought into playable area closer to the fair landing areas and to the greens to be part of a hazard. So again, it's what does the client want? What does the membership want?
Yeah. Thank you, Tom. Thank you, gentlemen. We have run out of time, and obviously the panelists were very, very interesting, because I'm still getting questions from the audience. Thank you, Adish Rathod. Thank you, Tom Pearson. Thank you, Colonel K.K. Singh. Thank you, Mr. Ashwini Khurana. Thank you, Vijit Nandrajog. It was really an enlightening session. We hope to catch up with you all again. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Hi. So now, next up, we have Mr. Vinod Goyal from Agricare Corporation. He is also the treasurer for GCS-MAI and probably dealing in most number of products than anybody else in the country. Suppliers to various golf clubs, has a huge, lots of years of experience dealing with different kinds of problems and issues on golf courses. Over to you, Mr. Vinod Goyal, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Vijay. Thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are.
And my screen?
Yeah, we can see.
Very clear. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vijay, and thank you everybody to give me the time to present my presentation. And all presentation will be in English, but I will speak in Hindi for the benefit of the people which I am addressing in India. So let me allow to speak in Hindi, and in the meantime, you can read the presentation, which is all text will be in English. जैसा विजित साहब ने बोला कि मेरी कंपनी आई एम फ्रॉम नोएडा, बेसिकली कॉर्पोरेट ऑफिस फ्रॉम नोएडा, एंड वी आर 36-year-old company, and in the same trade since last 36 years. We are importing so many products from all over the world, from Canada, USA, Chile, Brazil, Spain, Italy, Germany, Poland, Israel, Jordan, Saudi Arabia, UAE, and China, Taiwan, Japan, Australia, New Zealand, Indonesia, South Africa, so many countries all over the world. And we are having a lot of products which are a specialty fertilizer and specialty product for the benefit of golf courses. We are actually having all the three aspects. We are manufacturing also, we are marketing, we have an import and export. We cater to orchards, drip, field crops, tissue culture, polyhouse, hydroponics, turf, stadium, golf, and plantation. This is my profile, but I will skip because already we are very late. This is the seminar we held in नासिक में हमने सेमिनार किया था, उसका एक फोटोग्राफ है. हमारी कंपनी जो है वो प्रोफेशनल स्पोर्ट्स टर्फ और पब्लिक ग्रीन के लिए बहुत प्रोडक्ट देती है. एक स्लो रिलीज फर्टिलाइजर, वी आर प्रोवाइडिंग कंट्रोल रिलीज फर्टिलाइजर, ऑर्गेनिक मिनरल फर्टिलाइजर, माइक्रोबियल फर्टिलाइजर. Then we are providing liquid fertilizer, wetting agents, biostimulants, fungicides, all type of plant nutrition and plant protections. It means pesticides. We are also providing soil conditioners and growing media, turf seeds, turf care machines and garden tools. We are providing turf culverts, imported turf culverts, imported automated irrigation data system. We are providing lake management products, soil and water testing products, and so many allied items. We have so many corporate clients in landscape, sports field, beachside, indoor-outdoor horticulture, orchards, plantations, greenhouse, open field farming, tissue culture, drip irrigation, soil erosion, so many. We actually provide single-stop solution with wide range of ready stock products. We have been toll marketing also, toll manufacturing also. So we have so many corporate clients, so many golf courses, so many sports stadium. You can see, आप मेरा screen देख सकते हैं. Company is a member of GCCMI. We are member of GIA. Then we are a member of Noida Floriculture Society, Rose Society of India. Company is registered with ISO. And myself is trained by R&A, IGU, Dr. Micah Woods, and I am BIS trained chemist. This is a photograph. This association, GCCMI, has been providing a tough management course at Navsari University, जिसमें I go as a faculty, and this is a photograph with the students and vice chancellor. Now we come to the subject. Plant nutrition is the subject we have to deal today. और इस plant nutrition में ये सब लोग जानते हैं कि turf does not work live from nitrogen alone. खाली यूरिया डाल के टर्फ के ऊपर हम लोग जो है टर्फ को नहीं चला सकते. टोटल में सुपर 17, वी कॉल सुपर 17, कुल मिला के 17 कंपोनेंट्स हैं, एलिमेंट्स हैं जो हमें टर्फ को देने होते हैं या किसी भी प्लांट को देने होते हैं. इस फोटोग्राफ में लेफ्ट हैंड साइड के ऊपर सब मेंशन्ड है. कुछ नेचर से आते हैं, बाकी हमें ऊपर से देने होते हैं. लेकिन टर्फ के लिए सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट है नाइट्रोजन, फॉस्फेट एंड पोटेशियम. उसके बाद सेकेंडरी एलिमेंट चाहिए मैग्नीशियम, कैल्शियम एंड सल्फर. उसके बाद ट्रेस एलिमेंट चाहिए. नाइट्रोजन का क्या काम है, फॉस्फेट का क्या काम है, पोटेशियम का क्या काम है, ये सब इसमें मेंशन्ड है. हम लोग सब समझते हैं कि इन सब का रोल है जिससे टर्फ को ग्रो करने में, टर्फ को हेल्दी टर्फ बनाने में मदद मिलती है. यदि किसी भी न्यूट्रिशन की कमी टर्फ में होगी तो उसका एक डेफिशिएंसी सिम्टम भी टर्फ की लीफ पे आता है, जिसको हम इससे पहचान सकते हैं और गेस किया जा सकता है कि उसमें क्या कमी है और उसके तरीके से उसका न्यूट्रिशन की वो डेफिशिएंसी को पूरा किया जाता है बाय एडिशन ऑफ एनी प्रोडक्ट. किसी भी गोल्फ कोर्स का एनुअल टर्फ फर्टिलाइजेशन रिक्वायरमेंट कैलकुलेट की जाती है. वी हैव टू कैलकुलेट द रिक्वायरमेंट NPK एंड MG बेसिकली. और उसमें क्या है, जैसा डिफरेंट टाइप ऑफ टर्फ पे डिफरेंट रिक्वायरमेंट रहती है. जैसे इसमें आपको देख सकते हैं गोल्फ ग्रीन है, टी एंड सराउंडिंग ऑर्नामेंटल टर्फ है, उसमें नाइट्रोजन जो ज्यादा है. फिर न्यू फेयरवे उसमें फॉस्फोरस की जरूरत है या उसकी कैलकुलेशन है, MG की जरूरत है. उसको किलो में, केजी पर हेक्टेयर और ग्राम पर मीटर स्क्वायर में कैलकुलेशन दिया हुआ है. इस तरीके से कैलकुलेट करके फिर उसके बाद फर्टिलाइजर का प्रोग्राम बनाया जाता है. कोई भी प्रोग्राम जब फर्टिलाइजर का बनाते हैं तो सीजनल टर्फ फर्टिलाइजर प्रोग्राम बनाया जाता है कि विंटर में क्या चाहिए और स्प्रिंग में क्या चाहिए या फॉल में क्या चाहिए. तो उसका भी कैलकुलेशन है कि जो टर्फ है हाई डिमांड में है सितंबर अक्टूबर में, जनवरी दिसंबर में, फरवरी मार्च में, मई जून में, उस हिसाब से फर्टिलाइजर प्रोग्राम बनाया जाता है. ये कहा जाता है कि ग्रासेस हैव द हाईएस्ट न्यूट्रिएंट डिमांड इन स्प्रिंग एंड समर. Low wear, turf and AVR with low requirement should receive their main fertilizer application in this period. तो हमें स्प्रिंग में और समर में मैक्सिमम फर्टिलाइजर एप्लीकेशन करना होता है. इसी तरीके से हम समर की बात करते हैं जून से अगस्त तक, तो उसमें भी हमें टर्फ का प्रोग्राम बनाना होता है और स्पोर्ट्स टर्फ की डिफरेंट प्रोडक्ट की ऐसी डिमांड आती है. अभी मैंने बोला कि सुपर 17 टाइप ऑफ न्यूट्रिशन हैं जिसका की बैलेंस रेशियो मेंटेन करके किसी भी टर्फ में चलना होता है और इसको लॉ ऑफ मिनिमम कहा जाता है. लॉ ऑफ मिनिमम का ये है कि जो भी कंपोनेंट कम हो गया वही आपके टर्फ के अंदर उसकी हेल्थ को अफेक्ट करेगा. तो आपको प्राइमरी न्यूट्रिएंट्स NPK, उसके बाद सेकेंडरी न्यूट्रिएंट सल्फर, कैल्शियम, मैग्नीशियम, फिर माइक्रो न्यूट्रिएंट्स और ट्रेस एलिमेंट आयरन, जिंक, कॉपर, मैग्नीज, बोरोन और मोलिब्डेनम, इन सबका एक बैलेंस रेशियो मेंटेन करना होता है किसी भी ग्रीन के ऊपर. फर्टिलाइजर 2 तरीकों से होते हैं, 3 तरीकों से होते हैं. लिक्विड में भी होते हैं, क्रिस्टल में भी होते हैं, ग्रेनुलर फॉर्म में भी होते हैं. लिक्विड्स को डाइल्यूट करके पानी में स्प्रे किया जाता है. क्रिस्टल्स जो होते हैं 100% वाटर सोल्यूबल होते हैं, उनको भी आप डाइल्यूट करके स्प्रे करते हो. जो ग्रेनुलर होते हैं उनको स्प्रेड किया जाता है फर्टिलाइजर स्प्रेडर के द्वारा, और कुछ क्रिस्टल फर्टिलाइजर को हम लोग फर्टिलाइजर के द्वारा स्प्रेड भी करते हैं, ब्रॉडकास्ट करते हैं. इसके बाद फिर से हम क्लासिफिकेशन करें तो दो तरह के फर्टिलाइजर होते हैं, एक क्विक रिलीज होते हैं, एक स्लो रिलीज होते हैं। क्विक रिलीज फर्टिलाइजर वो होते हैं, एक सिंपल एग्जांपल है अमोनियम सल्फेट या यूरिया, ये क्विक रिलीज फर्टिलाइजर कहलाए जाते हैं, जिनमें कि 100% वाटर सोल्यूबल है। इनको पानी में डालने के बाद, स्प्रे करने के बाद, या आप वैसे भी ब्रॉडकास्ट करते हो तो जो ही सॉइल में इनको दिया जाता है वो ये तुरंत प्रोडक्ट को रूट जोन को मिल जाते हैं। स्लो रिलीज फर्टिलाइजर वो होते हैं जो कि अपने को धीमे 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 मिलते हैं। क्विक रिलीज फर्टिलाइजर में जो सबसे पॉपुलर फर्टिलाइजर इंडिया में है वो यूरिया है, और यूरिया को डालने से टू मच नाइट्रोजन हो जाती है, और टू मच नाइट्रोजन जो है वो टर्फ के लिए, सभी डिजीज जितने भी इश्यूज हैं टर्फ के ऊपर, उन सब के लिए केवल दो ही चीज अफेक्ट करती हैं, एक तो टू मच नाइट्रोजन और एक टू मच वाटर। वाटर को आज दिन में कई बार डिस्कस किया गया है। नाइट्रोजन जब भी आप ज्यादा डालोगे उसमें ज्यादा थैच बिल्टअप होगा, उसका ड्रेनेज सिस्टम खराब होगा, उसका एविएशन कम होगा, रिस्क ऑफ डिजीज ज्यादा बढ़ेगा, रूट ग्रोथ इनहिबिट हो जाएगी, बर्निंग का रिस्क बढ़ जाएगा। उसमें बर्निंग, लीफ बर्निंग भी होगी, रूट बर्निंग भी होगी, वियर रेजिस्टेंस कम हो जाएगा और प्लांट की मैच्योरिटी जल्दी आएगी। तो इसलिए हमेशा क्विक फर्टिलाइजर में नाइट्रोजन को कंट्रोल करके चलना चाहिए, और यही फंडा है नाइट्रोजन को कंट्रोल करने का, जो कि एक स्लो रिलीज फर्टिलाइजर पे हम जाएंगे। तो क्विक रिलीज फर्टिलाइजर तभी भी डालना हो तो उसमें नाइट्रोजन का, पोटाश का और फास्फोरस का बड़ा सोर्स को डिसाइड करना चाहिए। पोटाश हमेशा सल्फेट फॉर्म में होनी चाहिए, फास्फोरस एक अच्छी सोर्स का होना चाहिए, और नाइट्रोजन जो है 3 तरह की होती है, एमाइड, नाइट्रेट और अमोनियम, तीनों तरह की रेशियो मेंटेन करनी चाहिए। स्लो रिलीज फर्टिलाइजर जो है उसमें नाइट्रोजन को कंट्रोल स्लो रिलीज कर दिया जाता है, ताकि वो नाइट्रोजन ओवर ए पीरियड ऑफ टाइम अवेलेबल रहती है। क्योंकि आप जब क्विक रिलीज में डालते हो तो नाइट्रोजन खत्म हो जाती है, और बाद में जब उसकी जरूरत होती है तो उस वक्त अवेलेबल नहीं होती। अब स्लो रिलीज करने के बाद बेनिफिट ये मिलता है कि आपको फर्टिलाइजर ग्रीन पे बार बार डालने की जरूरत नहीं है। सेकेंड, आप फर्टिलाइजर को आप इवनली डिस्ट्रीब्यूट कर सकते हो। थर्ड ये है कि आपका फर्टिलाइजर रेन से या किसी वजह से लॉस में नहीं जाता, और लॉन्गर पीरियड जो उसका डिजाइंड है उस हिसाब से आपको मिल जाता है। इसका मतलब है कि मैक्सिमम न्यूट्रिएंट एफिशिएंसी मिलेगी। नंबर 2, रिलायबल स्लो रिलीज का रिएक्शन होगा, स्कैटरिंग की प्रॉपर्टी प्रॉपर आएगी, आप स्कैटर कर सकते हो ओवर स्पेस जितना भी आपके ग्रीन के ऊपर या फेयरवे के ऊपर। यूनिफॉर्म डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन और न्यूट्रिशन होगा, क्योंकि स्लो रिलीज फर्टिलाइजर में एक एक ग्रेन्यूल में सभी न्यूट्रिशंस रहते हैं जो फार्मूला उस पर लिखा हुआ है, और वो यूनिफॉर्म डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन सभी को इक्वल मिलेगा। फॉस्फेट का और मैग्नीशियम का एब्जॉर्प्शन बेटर हो जाता है। ट्रेस एलिमेंट एनपीके के साथ में मिलते हैं तो कंप्रिहेंसिव रेंज मिलती है, स्टडी ग्रोथ होती है, लो टेम्परेचर के ऊपर भी परफॉर्मेंस बहुत अच्छी आती है, रूट को सपोर्ट मिलता है, माइक्रोबियल एक्टिविटीज स्टिमुलेट होती हैं। स्लो रिलीज फर्टिलाइजर में ये केमिकल फर्टिलाइजर होते हैं, इसके बावजूद भी सॉइल की जो माइक्रोबियल एक्टिविटीज हैं उनको ये सपोर्ट करता है, आगे स्लाइड में देखने को मिलेगा, वो स्टिमुलेट होती है। लीचिंग जो है वो प्योर सैंड में भी लीचिंग नहीं होती फर्टिलाइजर की, लो साल्ट इंडेक्स होती है, लो साल्ट इंडेक्स पे आगे स्लाइड मिलेगी, और स्कॉचिंग बिल्कुल नहीं होती। तो डिजीज और स्ट्रेस टॉलरेंस के ऊपर सपोर्ट मिलती है। अंत में ये भी है कि हमें ये भी सोचना है कि फर्टिलाइजर ब्लेंड यूज करना पड़ेगा। हमें क्विक रिलीज फर्टिलाइजर भी चाहिए और स्लो रिलीज फर्टिलाइजर भी चाहिए। हम समर में 25% क्विक रिलीज फर्टिलाइजर यूज करेंगे और 75% स्लो रिलीज फर्टिलाइजर यूज करेंगे, ताकि कुछ इंस्टेंट ग्रोथ भी मिले और उसके बाद हमें ओवर ए पीरियड ऑफ टाइम ग्रोथ भी मिले। जब नई टर्फ हम कभी भी ले करेंगे तो 50% विल बी द क्विक रिलीज एंड 50% विल बी द स्लो रिलीज ऑलमोस्ट। नंबर 2, हमें इसी तरीके से ग्रेनुलर और पैलेट फॉर्म में भी यूज करना होगा, और हमें फोलियर एप्लीकेशन भी करना होगा। तो हमें ये फर्टिलाइजर कॉम्प्लिकेट हो सकता है, लेकिन यदि टर्फ को हम समझते हैं और गुड ग्रीन कीपर कैन डू द थिंग्स, और करने से फिर वो स्टार बन जाता है। अब मैं आपको बताना चाहूंगा कि स्लो रिलीज फर्टिलाइजर में क्या ब्रांड अवेलेबल है, जो कि कॉम्पो एक्सपर्ट के थ्रू हम आपको अवेलेबल कराते हैं। फ्लोवानिड एक कॉम्पो का स्लो रिलीज पेटेंटेड प्रोडक्ट है, जिसमें कि नाइट्रोजन को आइसोडुआ करके स्लो रिलीज कर दिया जाता है। इसमें दो ब्रांड अवेलेबल है, फ्लोवानिड ट्विन ईगल मास्टर और फ्लोवानिड ट्विन परमानेंट। इन दोनों का क्या यूज है वो आपको टाइम से आगे आएगा। इसमें ग्रेनुलोमेट्री बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। आपने इसमें देखा होगा नीचे की तरफ जो एक्स्ट्रा फाइन ग्रेनुलर प्रोडक्ट है वो फ्लोवानिड ट्विन ईगल मास्टर है, जिसकी ग्रेनुलर साइज है 0.5 to 1.4 mm और परमानेंट का ग्रेनुलर साइज है 0.7 to 2.8 mm। अब ये जो फाइन ग्रेनुलर साइज है, इसका बेनिफिट है जब आप ग्रीन पे डालते हो और आप ग्रीन को कट करते हो तो ये कैरी अवे नहीं होता, ये आपके रूट जोन में जाके नीचे चला जाता है। और जब ग्रीन कट करते हो थर्ड डे या फोर्थ डे, जो भी आपका सिस्टम है, उसमें फर्टिलाइजर वेस्ट नहीं होता। फेयरवे के अंदर चूंकि आप ग्रीन ग्रास को थोड़ा सा हाई कट करते हो, लो कट नहीं करते, तो वहां पे ग्रेनुलोमेट्री के हिसाब से परमानेंट यूज करना बेटर है, क्योंकि उसमें आपको प्राइस का बेनिफिट मिल जाता है। ये डिफरेंस है, आप देख सकते हो कि स्लो रिलीज फर्टिलाइजर यूज करने से आपका रूट जोन कितना बड़ा हो जाता है। और गोल्फ कोर्स में सबसे बड़ा बेनिफिट है कि आपको तुरंत पता लगता है डेली आपको कब काटना होता है और आपकी ग्रास की क्या हेल्थ है वो आपको मालूम पड़ जाता है। अभी हमने जिक्र किया कि आइसोडुओ क्या है, ये यूरिया और आइसोब्यूटाइल का मिला के एक कॉम्बिनेशन है जो इनका पेटेंटेड प्रोडक्ट है और उसके हिसाब से इसको बनाया जाता है। आइसोडुओ कैसे काम करता है, ये मिनरलाइजेशन ऑफ हाइड्रोलिसिस से काम करता है। सॉइल का क्या टाइप है, आपकी क्ले है, सैंड है, कुछ भी टाइप की सॉइल हो, नॉर्थ की हो, साउथ की हो, ईस्ट वेस्ट कुछ हो, उससे ये इंडिपेंडेंट है। इसकी वर्किंग उसके ऊपर अफेक्ट नहीं करती। ये सैंडी सॉइल में बहुत बढ़िया काम करता है, जो कि स्पोर्ट्स फील्ड में, स्टेडियम में, ग्रीन्स पे हम लोग सैंडी सॉइल रखते हैं आजकल। 3 से 4 महीने का रिलीज पीरियड है आइसोडुओ का। तो एक बार डालने के बाद आप 3 से 4 महीने तक इसको आपको फर्टिलाइजेशन मिलती है, आपको रिपीट फर्टिलाइजर डालने की जरूरत नहीं है। ये काम कब करता है, ये करता है कि 8 डिग्री सेंटीग्रेड से नीचे ये रिलीज नहीं होता और सफिशिएंट ह्यूमिडिटी इसको चाहिए। इसका मतलब ये ड्राउट कंडीशन में या लो टेम्परेचर में रिलीज नहीं होता, इसलिए वेस्ट नहीं होता, क्योंकि उस टेम्परेचर पे बिना ड्राउट कंडीशन में वैसे भी रूट जोन काम नहीं करता, डोमेंसी में आ जाता, तो हमारा फर्टिलाइजर वेस्ट नहीं होता। अभी हमने कहा कि लो साल्ट इंडेक्स की हमने बात की, यहाँ पे कुछ फेमस जो मोस्ट पॉपुलर प्रोडक्ट हैं उनका साल्ट इंडेक्स लिखा हुआ है। यू विल बी सरप्राइज टू सी कि आईसीडीओ का साल्ट इंडेक्स 5 है और पोटेशियम नाइट्रेट का 74 है। पोटेशियम नाइट्रेट में नाइट्रेट फॉर्म में नाइट्रोजन मिलती है, कैल्शियम नाइट्रेट में भी नाइट्रेट फॉर्म में मिलती है, और अमोनियम नाइट्रेट में जिसमें अमोनियम फॉर्म और नाइट्रेट फॉर्म में मिलती है उसका साल्ट इंडेक्स 105 है। यूरिया का साल्ट इंडेक्स भी 75 है। साल्ट इंडेक्स का मतलब होता है कि जितना ज्यादा साल्ट इंडेक्स होगा वो उतना डैमेज अपनी ग्रास को और सॉइल को करेगा वो फर्टिलाइजर। जितना लो साल्ट इंडेक्स होगा इसका मतलब वो साल्ट डिपोजिशन अपने टर्फ में और सॉइल में नहीं डालता। अभी मैंने बोला था कि सॉइल के माइक्रो ऑर्गेनिज्म के ऊपर एक्टिविटी में आईसीडीओ नाइट्रोजन जो है वो हेल्प करती है। इसका मतलब जो ऑर्गेनिक कोई भी फर्टिलाइजेशन हम करते हैं उसमें हम कहते हैं माइक्रोबियल एक्टिविटी बढ़ेगी, वो इस टाइप को जो ये प्रोडक्ट है फर्टिलाइजर है ये उसको भी एक्टिवेट करता है। इसका मतलब है कि ये सिंथेटिक ऑर्गेनिक नाइट्रोजन है। इसके बाद एक कंपनी एक प्रोडक्ट देती है इजी क्लीन मिनी 21। ये स्लो रिलीज फर्टिलाइजर नहीं है, लेकिन ये स्पेशलिटी मिनरल टफ फर्टिलाइजर है। फेवेज के लिए ये बहुत अप्रोप्रिएट है, और ड्यूरिंग न्यू टफ जब डाली जाती है तो उस वक्त भी जो हम क्विक फर्टिलाइजर की बात कर रहे हैं, ये ग्रेनुलर फर्टिलाइजर है, सॉइल एप्लीकेशन में काम आता है, इमीडिएटली अवेलेबल रहता है। कॉम्बिनेशन 21-5-10 प्लस 3 है। 3 का मतलब है कि मैग्नीशियम 3 है प्लस टीई मीन्स ट्रेस एलिमेंट है। ये कैसे काम करता है कि ग्रेनुल साइज होने की वजह से कन्वेंशनल फर्टिलाइजर जो होते हैं आप देख रहे हैं स्क्वायर में बहुत कम अवेलेबल है, और इजी क्लीन मिनी 21 ये 20 ग्राम पर स्क्वायर मीटर डाला जाता है, जिसमें 2000 ग्रेन्यूल्स मिलते हैं। 1 ग्राम में 100 ग्रेन्यूल्स हैं। और नॉर्मल कन्वेंशनल जो एनपीके फर्टिलाइजर आप लोग खरीदते हैं गोल्फ कोर्सेज में, अभी भी प्रैक्टिस है 12-32-16 या कुछ भी खरीदने की, उसका 8 टाइम्स स्मॉलर ग्रेन्यूल्स है। एनपीके फाइन ग्रेड फर्टिलाइजर 1 से 2.5 mm इसका वो है, ऑल न्यूट्रिएंट्स इन 1 ग्रेन्यूल है, और इसमें ये कॉम्बिनेशन इंडिया में अवेलेबल है। एडवांटेज यही है कि बेटर स्वाट पेनिट्रेशन होता है, स्कॉचिंग बिल्कुल नहीं होती, ऑप्टिमल स्प्रेडिंग होती है, और हर ग्रेन्यूल में मैक्रो और ट्रेस एलिमेंट एक साथ मिलते हैं, तो उसकी वजह से अपने को कॉस्ट जो है वो बहुत अच्छी आती है, और मोइंग के समय फर्टिलाइजर कलेक्शन नहीं होता। ये इसकी वर्किंग है। इस तरीके से जब डालने के बाद ये सोल्यूबल हो जाता है सॉइल में, और यहाँ पे ये खत्म हो जाता है। तो P2O5 जो फॉस्फोरस इसमें अवेलेबल है वो हाईली वाटर सोल्यूबल है, इसलिए इसका बहुत अच्छा रिजल्ट अपने को ग्रास में मिलते हैं। इसके बाद मैं बात करना चाहूंगा फोलियर फर्टिलाइजर की। ये स्पेशलिटी फर्टिलाइजर है। इसमें ये प्रोडक्ट वाइटेनिका P3 मोस्ट पॉपुलर है। बहुत गोल्फ कोर्सेज इंडिया में हैं, क्रिकेट ग्राउंड्स हैं, फुटबॉल ग्राउंड्स है, या हॉर्टिकल्चर है जो ये प्रोडक्ट मेरे से लेती है। और इसके लिए ब्रीफ में मैं आप लोग को बताना चाहूँ कि ये प्रोडक्ट में 3 फंक्शन ये प्रोडक्ट करता है। सबसे पहले तो ये एनपीके देता है, फिर ट्रेस एलिमेंट देता है, और नंबर 3 ये इसमें ऑर्गेनिक कंपोनेंट भी है, और थर्ड है कि इसमें जो फॉस्फोरस है वो फॉस्फाइड फॉर्म में होती है 15%, और ये एज ए फंजीसाइड काम करती है। इसको फोलियर एप्लीकेशन में यूज किया जाता है। ये इसका रिजल्ट है। एक्लोनिया मैक्सिमा एक इसमें एक्सट्रैक्ट है जिसके ऊपर बेस किया गया, फोर्टिफाई किया गया है, जिसमें नेचुरल फॉर्म में ऑक्सीजन रहती है। ये एक्लोनिया मैक्सिमा जो है वो कैल्प है जो साउथ अफ्रीका से निकाला जाता है, एक्सट्रैक्ट किया जाता है, कंपनी का प्रोप्राइटरी प्रोडक्ट है, और ये नेचुरल फॉर्म होने की वजह से ये रूट जोन में बहुत हेल्प करता है। ये बीच में आप देखो इसकी ट्रायल है, ये जो पोर्शन है ये इसमें वाइटेनिका स्प्रे किया गया। आप साइड की तरफ से इसको डिफरेंस महसूस कर सकते हो। कब यूज करना चाहिए? बिफोर एनी स्ट्रेस पीरियड, कोल्ड हॉट टूर्नामेंट वगैरह कुछ भी हो उससे पहले इसको यूज करें। उस 5 से 7 दिन में इसका रिजल्ट देखने को मिल जाता है, और ये रिजल्ट 3 से 4 वीक तक रहता है। 3 से 4 वीक के बाद आप फिर इसको वो स्प्रे कर सकते हो, और 3 to 6 एप्लीकेशन पर ईयर इसको देना पड़ता है। मैंने अभी एक बात बोली थी कि इसका फंजीसाइड इफेक्ट है, क्योंकि आप लोगों को पता होगा कि जितने भी फंजीसाइड होते हैं मोस्टली फंजीसाइड्स में न्यूट्रिशन ही रहता है। एक बहुत कॉमन प्रोडक्ट है फंजीसाइड मैंकोजेब, वो हर गोल्फ सुपरडेंट यूज करता है एज ए फंजीसाइड। यदि आप ध्यान से मैंकोजेब को बोलेंगे तो मैंकोजेब मैग्नीज, कॉपर, जिंक, बोरोन, चारों के चारों न्यूट्रिशन है। इसी तरीके से जो फॉस्फोरस है वो यदि फॉस्फाइड फॉर्म में होता है, इट एक्ट्स एज ए फंजीसाइड। और एक बहुत कॉमन प्रोडक्ट है जो इंडिया में यूज करते हैं एज ए फंजीसाइड हम लोग ग्रीन के ऊपर, वो होता है एलिएट। एलिएट को ध्यान से देखा जाएगा, वो तो उसका जो टेक्निकल नेम है वो है एल्यूमिनियम फॉस्फाइड। तो एलिएट का जो फंजीसाइड फंक्शन है वो फॉस्फाइड के कारण आता है। और ये मैंने अभी आपको बोला कि वाइटेनिका P3 में 15% फॉस्फाइड होता है, इसीलिए आपको फंजीसाइड का फंक्शन उसमें मिलता है। ये आप जो भी गोल्फ सुपरडेंट है वाइटेनिका यूज करते हैं उनको इसका रिजल्ट बहुत अच्छा मिलता है इन 3 बातों की वजह से। नेक्स्ट प्रोडक्ट है बासफोलिया फेवाटॉप। आयरन की डेफिशिएंसी जब होती है उसको पूरा करने के लिए आयरन EDTA फॉर्म में है, 8% लिक्विड फॉर्म में है, जिसके साथ 15% नाइट्रोजन है, 4% सल्फर है और जिंक कॉपर मैग्नीज का कॉम्बिनेशन है। इट्स ए वेरी स्पेशल प्रोडक्ट और ये न्यूट्रिशन के साथ साथ प्लांट डिसीज को मैनेज करने में बहुत अच्छा रिजल्ट है इसका। ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट चार्ट है जिसको आपको देख के बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग लगेगा। कुछ एग्रोनॉमिस्ट जो ऑलरेडी काम करते हैं, दे नो इट वेरी वेल। सॉइल पीएच के हिसाब से न्यूट्रिएंट की अवेलेबिलिटी, मैं आयरन के संदर्भ में आपको समझाना चाहूंगा। आयरन में क्या होता है कि जब एसिडिक सॉइल होती है तो आयरन की अवेलेबिलिटी ज्यादा होती है, न्यूट्रल सॉइल पे कम होती चली जाती है, और यदि एल्कलिनिटी बढ़ जाएगी तो आयरन की जो अवेलेबिलिटी है पुअर होती चली जाती है। जैसे आपको उल्टा देखेंगे तो मैग्नीशियम जो है एल्कलाइन सॉइल में ज्यादा अवेलेबल रहता है और एसिडिक सॉइल में कम अवेलेबल रहता है। तो ये हर प्रोडक्ट की एल्कलिन सॉइल पीएच के हिसाब से अवेलेबिलिटी बताई गई। आयरन के मामले में मैं आपको फर्दर एक्सप्लेन करना चाहूंगा कि आयरन में नॉर्मली जो आयरन यूज किया जाता है वो फेरस सल्फेट यूज करते हैं। फेरस सल्फेट यदि अपनी जो सॉइल जो इंडिया में मोस्टली हो गई एल्कलाइन हो गई है तो उसमें आयरन अवेलेबल नहीं रहता, इसलिए उसको चिलेटेड आयरन के रूप में यूज करते हैं। लेकिन यदि चिलेटेड आयरन डाला जाता है तो उसकी अवेलेबिलिटी बेटर हो जाती है और वो आपको काफी पीएच तक कंट्रोल कर लेता है आयरन। ये लिक्विड फॉर्म में होने की वजह से इसकी एप्लीकेशन करना बहुत आसान है। डाइल्यूशन करके फेवाटॉप एसएल को यूज किया जाता है। जब कॉम्बिनेशन में यूज करना हो तो आप वाइटानिका P3 को यूज कर सकते हैं विद फेवाटॉप एसएल विद ए वेटिंग एजेंट बाय द नेम ऑफ रेवोल्यूशन। रेवोल्यूशन एक इंटरनेशनल ब्रांड है जो सॉइल सर्फेक्टेंट है और इसका भी एप्लीकेशन आजकल इंडिया में गोल्फ कोर्सेज कई यूज करते हैं और उनको बहुत अच्छा रिजल्ट मिलता है। तो इसमें टूर्नामेंट और गेम की तरह कैसे यूज करना है और फॉल में कैसे यूज करना है उसका डोज हमने दिया हुआ है। एक नेक्स्ट वेरिएंट इसमें आता है वाइटानिका SI। SI का मतलब आप समझ सकते हैं सिलिकॉन। सिलिकॉन की जरूरत अपने टर्फ में बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है क्योंकि सिलिकॉन सेल वॉल फोर्टिफिकेशन में काम आता है। और ये जो कॉम्बिनेशन है वाइटानिका SI, इसको यूज करने में सबसे बड़ा बेनिफिट गोल्फ में मिलता है कि अपने बॉल की स्पीड बढ़ जाती है। जो क्राइसिस अपना है कि ग्रीन की स्पीड नहीं है और उसके लिए पता नहीं क्या क्या किया जाता है। यदि आप वाइटानिका P3 का जो 6 से 8 स्प्रे करते हो उसमें बीच में कट करके टूर्नामेंट से 10 दिन पहले एक वाइटानिका SI का स्प्रे ग्रीन पे कर देंगे तो ग्रीन का स्पीड बढ़ जाता है। ये इन्होंने चार्ट भी दिया हुआ है जिससे बर्मुडा ग्रास के अंदर सिलिकॉन का इन्फ्लुएंस भी लीफ स्पॉट में देखने को मिलता है। तो वाइटानिका SI इतना बढ़िया प्रोडक्ट है। इट कंटेन्स सिलिकेट ऑल्सो एंड सीवीड एक्सट्रैक्ट द सेम प्रोडक्ट एक्लोनिया मैक्सिमा विच आई टोल्ड यू अर्लियर। और ये प्लांट टॉलरेंस बचा देता है और हाई क्वालिटी की गोल्ड बीन्स की पटिंग कैरेक्टरिस्टिक्स को इंप्रूव करता है। गोल्फ की ग्रीन की स्पीड हम लोग सब समझते हैं, मैंने एक आपको वीडियो दिखाया है, देखिए।
On the mark, and then you go up and up and up very slowly, and then the ball comes out of the fixing hole. Yeah, then you stop. And now you would measure the distance between the end of the instrument to the ball. Here we are. 290. Yeah, it's not too bad. That's in the opposite direction because the turf, 3 balls, always 3 balls.
ये ग्रीन की स्पीड के लिए वाइटानिका SI का एप्लीकेशन यदि कोई भी ग्रीन कीपर यूज करेगा ही कैन सी और बहुत अच्छा रिजल्ट आता है। ये स्लाइड में आप देख सकते हैं कि काम्पो एक्सपर्ट के इतने सारे प्रोडक्ट इंडिया में अवेलेबल हैं, इतने ग्रेड्स हैं जिसको कि गोल्फ में डिफरेंट प्रोडक्ट को डिफरेंट टाइम पे यूज किया जाता है। और ये राइट हैंड साइड पे डिफरेंट क्विक रिलीज फर्टिलाइजर्स हैं। इसमें से कुछ इंपोर्टेड हैं, कुछ हम लोग के अपनी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग डिवीजन से हैं और ये कुछ आइडिया देने के लिए हैं। प्रोडक्ट बहुत हैं, तो जिस वैरायटी का प्रोडक्ट अपने को चाहिए ग्रीन कीपर की जरूरत के हिसाब से वो प्रोडक्ट इज अवेलेबल। न्यूट्रिशन के ऊपर मोस्टली मैंने आपको बोल दिया है, यदि कोई क्वेश्चंस होंगे तो हम लोग प्रेजेंटेशन के बाद ले सकते हैं। नेक्स्ट टॉपिक मुझे याद दिया गया था कि वीड कंट्रोल, इट वाज बेसिकली प्लांट प्रोटेक्शन में। तो प्लांट प्रोटेक्शन से बेटर वीड कंट्रोल का एक बहुत बड़ा इशू है जो चैलेंज हमारे गोल्फ कोर्सेज में आता है, उस पर हम ब्रीफ में बात कर लेते हैं। वीड्स क्या है? वीड्स हैं जो कि प्लांट हमें नहीं चाहिए, जिसको अनडिजायरेबल प्लांट जो होता है उसको हम वीड बोलते हैं। तो यदि पेस्पेलम भी है और वो बर्मुडा में है और बर्मुडा का ही हमारा गोल्फ कोर्स है, तो वो पेस्पेलम वहां पर अनडिजायरेबल, और पेस्पेलम का गोल्फ कोर्स है बीपीजीसी, उसमें यदि बर्मुडा है तो वहां वो अनडिजायरेबल। तो जो भी अनडिजायरेबल प्लांट है वो ही वीड बन जाता है। ये कुछ शक्लें हमने दिखाई हैं, इस टाइप के वीड होते हैं, और भी दसियों तरह के वीड होते हैं, और इनको निकालना एक चैलेंज है, क्योंकि इनको निकालने के लिए सेलेक्टिव वीडिसाइड को यूज करना होता है, और ये किसी भी टर्फ के लिए हमेशा एक टिपिकल प्रोग्राम है जो हमें साइड बाय साइड लेना पड़ता है। जितनी गोल्फ कोर्स पुरानी हो जाती है उतना डीवीडिंग मैनुअली होने से वीडिंग नहीं हो पाती और उतना इशू आ जाता है। वीड क्यों आते हैं? वीड आते हैं ट्रीटमेंट करने के बाद भी, प्री ट्रीटमेंट कई बार गोल्फ ग्रीन बनाने के बाद किया जाता है, उसके बावजूद भी वीड आते हैं। वीड क्यों आते हैं? सबसे पहले तो वीड जो इनसाइड या आउटसाइड ग्राउंड में जितना भी हम रफ है हमारे यहाँ, या जो जितना भी जंगल एरिया है, जो भी है, उस वहां से वीड आता है। जितना भी प्लेयर वॉक करते हैं, विजिटर आते हैं, मशीनरी मेंटेनेंस की टीम अंदर आती है ग्राउंड के अंदर, वो भी वीड लेके आती है। और नेक्स्ट है कि ग्रास के साथ में जो वीड है, जो ग्रास ले की गई है, वो भी वीड ग्रास के साथ आपको डेवलप होता मिलता है। जब तूफान आता है, बरसात आती है, उसके साथ भी वीड बहुत आता है। मानसून के बाद हमेशा वीड आता है, जिसको कंट्रोल करने के लिए ग्रीन कीपर को हमेशा चैलेंज रहता है। अब कैसे होगा कंट्रोल? सबसे पहला कंट्रोल तो ये है कि जितना भी आउटसाइड एरिया है उसको आप कंक्रीट कीजिए या उसको घास लगाइए, या आने जाने के स्टोर्स के आगे क्लीनलीनेस रखिए, क्लीन होना चाहिए, वहां कोई भी वीड नहीं होना चाहिए जो ट्रेवल करके अपने ग्रीन में या गोल्फ कोर्स के अंदर आएगा। जितनी भी कच्ची जमीन है उसको आप प्रॉपर हार्टिकल्चर लगाइए या उसको आप ब्यूटीफाई कर दीजिए, ताकि वहां से वीड अंदर गोल्फ कोर्स में ना आए। जब कंस्ट्रक्शन की जाती है तो सॉइल का ट्रीटमेंट कीजिए। ट्रीटमेंट के प्रोडक्ट आते हैं, बहुत गोल्फ कोर्स कॉन्ट्रैक्टर और वीड कीपर यूज करते हैं, उससे भी वीड खत्म हो जाता है। और ये ग्रासिंग करने से पहले एक पूरी ग्रीन का ट्रीटमेंट बहुत आवश्यक है। वीड इरेडिकेशन बाद में भी करना होगा, तो वीड के लिए आपको एनुअल डीथैचिंग करनी होगी, डीप मोइंग और डीप डीथैचिंग करनी होगी। यदि हमारी जो सॉइल है यदि वो प्रॉपर एरिएटेड होगी तो वीड का डेवलपमेंट कम होगा। यदि कंपैक्शन है तो वीड हमेशा ज्यादा होगा। हमें सॉइल का कंपैक्शन खत्म करना होगा, तभी हमें वीड कंट्रोल कर पाएंगे। तो कोई भी एनुअल प्रोग्राम वीड इरेडिकेशन का लेना हो तो उसका पहला स्टेप है कि आप एनुअल डीथैचिंग करें, उसके बाद डीप मोइंग करें, 3 दिन का टाइम लगेगा। फिर उसके बाद वीड के हिसाब से आइडेंटिफिकेशन ऑफ वीड और सूटेबल सेलेक्टिव हार्बिसाइड उस पर लगेगा, और उसकी क्वांटिटी डिपेंड करेगी ग्राउंड रेस्पॉन्स के ऊपर, नंबर ऑफ ऑपरेशन जो अपन लोग करते हैं। सबसे पहले कोई भी वीड कंट्रोल जब किया जाता है, पहले इरिगेशन करना चाहिए। इरिगेशन करने के बाद वीड कंट्रोल करना चाहिए, क्योंकि इरिगेशन करने के बाद जो भी फ्रेशली ग्रोन वीड आ जाएगा उसको पकड़ लीजिए, मार्क कर दीजिए, और उसी हिसाब से आप हर्बिसाइड का स्प्रे कीजिए। हर्बिसाइड का स्प्रे या तो कट नोजल से किया जाता है, और बेस्ट है कि आप बूम से कीजिए। बूम करने से हर्बिसाइड का प्रॉपर एक एप्लीकेशन प्रॉपर आती है। गोल्फ कोर्सेज में तो एयर प्रेशर क्लीनिंग सिस्टम लगे रहते हैं सभी जगह, उसमें उसका ध्यान होना चाहिए, चलने चाहिए, और उसका ऑपरेशन में स्ट्रिक्टनेस होनी चाहिए कि बिना क्लीन करे कोई भी मशीन अंदर नहीं जानी चाहिए। ये कुछ स्लाइड्स मैंने आपको दिखाई है जिसमें कि जो पेस्टिसाइड्स अवेलेबल हैं, कुछ ब्रांड आप लोग पहचानते हैं, कुछ इंपोर्टेड हैं, कुछ इंडियन हैं। इसी में से ढूंढ के पेस्टिसाइड और वीडिसाइड अपने को यूज करने होते हैं। ये टॉपिक आज का जो 2 थे वो खत्म। इसके बाद मैं आपको कुछ कंपनी के प्रोडक्ट दिखा देता हूं जो हमारी कंपनी इंपोर्टेड और इंडियन देती है आपको। बावेनबर्ग एक यूएस की बहुत बड़ी कंपनी है जो कि ग्रास में एक्सपर्ट है, उसके हम एक्सक्लूसिव डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर इंडिया में, उनके मोटा मोटी 5 प्रोडक्ट हम लोग इंडिया में रखते हैं, पैनम और मोनाको, ये 2 ग्रास की वेराइटीज है, बर्मुडा की वेराइटीज है। देन कूल सीजन वेराइटी में टफ स्टार है, बाविलाइट है, टाल फेस्क्यू एंड पेविनल वाइग्रास, देन बेंड ग्रास। ये बर्मुडा की वेराइटी है, सबसे कॉमन वेराइटी है जो कि फेयरवे में और लॉन में यूज की जाती है। ये मोनाको है जो कि ग्रीन पे या फुटबॉल ग्राउंड में यूज करने के लिए होती है, हार्डी वेराइटी है। ये सब येलो जैकेट कोटेड रहती है। ये कूल सीजन वेराइटी है, बहुत फेमस है इंडिया में। टर्फ स्टार इज ए वेरी गुड ब्रांड और इसका बहुत अच्छा रिजल्ट है। उसके बाद ये क्रीपिंग बैंड ग्रास है जो स्नोई जो एरिया है वो उसमें इस्तेमाल की जाती है। देन वी हैव टाल फेस्क्यू। ये एग्रीमेंट हम लोगों ने बविनबर्ग से साइन किया है, इज द डायरेक्टर ऑफ बविनबर्ग। नेक्स्ट प्रोडक्ट है एक्वाटॉल, ये एक वर्ल्ड लीडर है सॉइल सर्फेक्टेंट और वेटिंग एजेंट में, बहुत बड़ी रेंज है। ये प्रोडक्ट इंडिया में अवेलेबल नहीं होते मोस्टली, और इनकी रेंज में बहुत पॉपुलर भी इंडिया में, और ये हम इसके इंडिया के एक्सक्लूसिव डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर हैं। और इसकी ये हम लोग का जो एग्रीमेंट साइन हुआ था व्हेन वी वेंट टू यूएस। ये टफ कलवेंट्स हैं। कलवेंट्स अभी भी हम लोग पिछले पैनल में डिस्कस किए थे कि ग्रास को कलर करने के लिए, उसके बाद जो सैंड कलर करने के लिए, या जो डिफरेंट ग्रेड्स आते हैं और उनकी डिफरेंट एप्लीकेशंस होती हैं। तो 2 ग्रेड्स हैं और ये कंपनी एंड्यूरेंट जो है हम लोग 4-5 साल से 6 साल से बेच रहे हैं इंडिया में, एंड इट्स वेरी गुड रिजल्ट एंड इकोनॉमिक ऑल्सो। ये हमने एग्रीमेंट साइन किया था, देन दे आर द ओनर्स। देन वी डील इन टफ मशीनरी। टफ मशीनरी में हमारे पास बहुत बढ़िया रेंज है, और ये जो गोल्फ कोर्सेज और स्टेडियम, अभी हम गोल्फ कोर्स की बात कर रहे हैं, जो इकोनॉमिक में काम करते हैं इंडिया में। आर्मी गोल्फ कोर्सेज हैं, 9 होल गोल्फ कोर्सेज हैं, एकेडमीज हैं, जो कि हाई एंड प्रोडक्ट, मतलब हाई कॉस्ट प्रोडक्ट नहीं ले सकते। कॉम्प्लिकेटेड मशीन्स में उनको ऑपरेशन में दिक्कत होती है, उनके ऑपरेटर भी इतने एक्सपर्ट नहीं होते, मेंटेनेंस के खर्चे बहुत ज़्यादा हैं, स्पेयर पार्ट बहुत महंगे हैं। उनके लिए हमने बहुत अच्छे प्रोडक्ट इंडिया में पूरी रेंज बना दी है, और हम उनकी टोटल ज़रूरत को मशीनरी की पूरा करते हैं। वी हैव यार्ड स्टार फ्रॉम ऑस्ट्रेलिया, स्टील फ्लोर फ्रॉम न्यूजीलैंड, ग्रीनमैन, लार्न स्टार फ्रॉम साउथ अफ्रीका, एंड देन कैलिफोर्निया ट्रिमर फ्रॉम यूएसए, एंड देन ग्रीन पार्क। सो मैनी ब्रांड, एज पर स्पेशलिटी हम लोग ब्रांड देते हैं। इसमें हम पे गोल्फ कार्ट भी है, ग्रीन मूवर भी है, और फुल रेंज ऑफ प्रोडक्ट है। और कुछ प्रोडक्ट इसमें ऐसे हैं, मशीन्स ऐसी हैं जो इंडिया में बाकी कंपनी पे है ही नहीं, तो आप लोग डिस्कस करके ये प्रोडक्ट ले सकते हैं। ये ग्रीन मूवर है जो कि न्यूजीलैंड से, लार्न स्टार जो ये ब्रांड है स्टील फोर्ड, ये न्यूजीलैंड का ब्रांड है, और ये ग्रीन कट करने के लिए इसकी जो कटिंग हाइट है वो 2 mm to 30 mm है। स्पेसिफिकेशन मेंशन्ड है, सारे फीचर्स हैं। कॉम्प्लिकेशन मशीन नहीं है, बहुत सिंपल मशीन है और इकोनॉमी प्राइस है। ये 0 टन मूवर हैं। इनका बेनिफिट है कि ये दोनों ऑपरेशन करते हैं कि जितने ट्रीज के अराउंड जितना भी एरिया है वो काटना होता है, बड़े लैंडस्केप काटने होते हैं तो राइड ऑन होते हैं। राइड ऑन में कट करना बहुत आसान है। रग्ड है, स्पेयर पार्ट अवेलेबल है। इसमें 3 मॉडल आते हैं, 42 इंची, 48 इंची, 52 इंची, तीनों में ग्रास कलेक्टर आता है। तो गोल्फ कोर्सेज में जो लीफ कलेक्टर का काम भी आप 0 टन मूवर से कर सकते हो, मल्टीपर्पज मशीन बन जाती है। और इसमें कई और वेरिएशंस हैं, हाई मल्च किट भी आती हैं, हाई ब्लेड्स भी आते हैं, और ये बहुत परफॉर्मेंस हैं और बहुत स्टडी हैं, और ये टोटल अमेरिकन टेक्नोलॉजी में बने हुए गोल्फ ये मशीन्स हैं, और सारे कंपोनेंट इसमें अमेरिकन है। ये 52 इंच की मशीन है ये वाली, और इसमें ये ग्लास कलेक्टर है। ये सारे वीडियो मैंने आपको
होवर का डेमो आप देख रहे हैं, किस तरीके से होवर मोवर का डेमो, और ये ढलान पे किस तरीके से घास काट रही है, आप देखिए। बहुत ही अच्छी मशीन है, बहुत ही अच्छा इसका एफिशिएंसी है। आमतौर पे हम ब्रश कटर का इस्तेमाल करते हैं, पर उससे वो एफिशिएंसी नहीं आ पाती है। ये होवर मोवर जो है एक तरह की मशीन है जिससे अच्छी खासी एफिशिएंसी आती है, लगभग ब्रश कटर के मुकाबले लगभग 3 गुना व्यक्ति की एफिशिएंसी बढ़ जाती है मशीन के साथ काम करने की। और देखिए किस तरीके से ढलान पे ये घास को काट रहे हैं। ये एक तरह का डेमो दिया जा रहा है यहाँ पे पीसी के अंदर स्लोप पे घास काटते हुए की। आप देखिए किस तरीके से ये क्रॉस कटिंग हो रही है यहाँ पे स्लोप की घास। और ये मशीन जो है लगभग 90,000 से 1 लाख रुपए तक की मशीन है। इसकी कीमत इंपोर्ट की जाती है, परंतु इसमें इंजन जो 4 स्ट्रोक होंडा का इंजन है, सारी बॉडी फाइबर की है और सारे पार्ट्स अवेलेबल है।
ये जो ब्रश कट, ये जो हवा मूवर है, ये हमारा एक एक्सक्लूसिव प्रोडक्ट है। इंडिया में केवल 2 ही लोग हैं जो हवा मूवर देते हैं, और हमारा ये प्रोडक्ट ऑलमोस्ट 6 से 7 हाई एंड गोल्फ कोर्सेज में रेगुलर यूज होता है। इसमें इंजन जो होता है वो एक स्पेशल इंजन है GCV 160, जो कि इंडिया में होंडा नहीं बनाती है। ये टोटल इंजन भी इंपोर्ट होता है, और इस इंजन में खूबी होती है कि नीचे जो इसका संप होता है वो टेढ़ा होता है, तो स्लोप के ऊपर काम करने में कभी भी इंजन बंद नहीं होता। और हवा मूवर के ऊपर वर्ल्ड में कोई दूसरा इंजन कामयाब ही नहीं हुआ आज तक। तो हम लोग हवा मूवर में इंजन भी देते हैं, और होंडा का ओरिजिनल इंजन इंपोर्ट करके हम वो भी रिप्लेस करते हैं, और हवा मूवर भी अवेलेबल है। मैंने आपको जितने वीडियो दिखाए हैं ये वाले सब इंडियन वीडियोस हैं, जो कि एक्चुअल साइट के हैं। मैंने कोई इंपोर्टेड या एनिमेटेड वीडियो नहीं दिखाया है, और ये सब के सब वो मशीन्स हैं जो कि हमने ऑलरेडी सेल की हुई है। ये इलेक्ट्रिक लॉन मूवर्स हैं, जो कि लोग इकोनॉमी लेवल पे यदि कोई गोल्फ कोर्स काम करता है तो उसके बाकी करने के लिए, एप्पन कट करने के लिए, बाकी के लिए वो लोग कई बार इलेक्ट्रिक भी यूज करते हैं, या लॉन में यूज करते हैं, कोठी में यूज करते हैं। ये लॉन एविएटर है और ये लॉन डिटैचर है। डिटैचिंग की बात हमने की, एविएटर की बात हम लोग सब समझते हैं, टाइम्स होती हैं। ये दोनों मशीन्स अवेलेबल हैं, इकोनॉमिकली प्राइस्ड हैं, और ये स्टडी मशीन्स हैं। ये सब की सब डिजाइंड हैं, इनके फ्लो चार्ट हैं, इनके स्पेयर पार्ट नंबर्स हैं, और जैसा भी हम किसी भी बड़ी कंपनी से एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हैं उसी तरीके से इनके भी सारी बैकअप अवेलेबल है। ये स्कैबिफायर है, ग्रीन स्कैबिफायर। ये एक्चुअल साइड का आपको वीडियो है। ये शॉर्ट कटर है। ये बहुत सुंदर मशीन है, ग्रीन रोलर है, हाई टेक्नोलॉजी पे है, इसके पूरे फीचर्स दिए हुए हैं। और ये ये अभी मैंने आपको ये दिखाया था, ये बूम स्प्रेयर है, इसमें बूम बहता है, एल्युमिनियम का है। और ये छोटी ग्रीन्स के लिए 40 लीटर की इसकी कैपेसिटी रहती है, 38 लीटर की 10 गैलन की रहती है। और ग्रीन के ऊपर स्प्रे करने के लिए ये आइडियल है, सॉल्यूशन बनाइए। ग्रीन पे वीड कंट्रोल के लिए या फंजीसाइड स्प्रे करना है, वेटिगेटेंट करना है, फर्टिलाइजर करना है, उसके लिए बहुत आइडियल मशीन है। ऑलरेडी इंडिया में कई जगह लोकेशन पे मशीन हमारी चल रही है। और ये बैटरी ऑपरेटेड है, बैटरी ऑपरेट होने से ये एनवायरमेंटली के लिए साउंडलेस है और सेफ है, कोई इंजन नहीं, कोई मोटर नहीं। ये गोल्फ कार्ट है, हम लोग गोल्फ कार्ट इंपोर्ट करते हैं। नोएडा गोल्फ कोर्स में ऑलरेडी 2 गोल्फ कार्ट हमारी चल रही हैं। ये गोल्फ कार्ट वही हैं जो गोल्फ कार्ट आप इंटरनेशनली जिनको गोल्फ कार्ट कहा जाता है। बाकी सब तो हिंदुस्तान में जो बिक रहा है सब बैटरी रिक्शा बिक रही है। और बैटरी रिक्शा को गोल्फ कार्ट समझ के लोग इसको क्वालिटी समझ में नहीं आती लोगों को। इसमें एल्यूमिनियम का फ्रेम होता है, इसमें कर्टिस का कंट्रोलर होता है, इसमें केडीएस की मोटर होती है, और इसमें जो है मैकफर्सन का सस्पेंशन होता है, ट्रोजन की बैटरी होती है, और वो सारे फीचर्स होते हैं जो किसी भी गोल्फ कार्ट में होने चाहिए। और बिल्कुल बैकअप पूरी है। और ये रियल गोल्फ कार्ट्स। बाकी मशीन्स, हॉर्टिकल्चर की मशीन्स भी हमें चाहिए होती हैं गोल्फ कोर्स में। कई बार ट्रैक्टर माउंट स्प्रे भी चाहिए होते हैं, तो हम लोग 4-5 कंपनी के डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर हैं इंडिया के, होंडा के, एसपी, स्टील और फाल्कन के, तो हम लोग वो प्रोडक्ट भी इंडिया के दे देते हैं। ये हमारी टीम, आपने इस टीम को पहले देखा होगा, ये गोल्ड शो का हमारा फोटो है स्टॉल का। मोस्टली मेरे जितने भी वो कस्टमर है सब मिले हैं वहाँ पे। थैंक यू वेरी मच, आपने मुझे टाइम दिया और इतनी देर तक मेरे साथ बैठे आप।
थैंक यू गोयल साहब, फैंटास्टिक प्रेजेंटेशन एज यूजुअल गोयल साहब, वेरी वेल और डिटेल में आपने सब कुछ बढ़िया समझाया। सो थैंक यू वेरी मच टू ऑल ऑफ यू फॉर स्टेइंग विद अस फॉर सो लॉन्ग एंड वील सी यू टुमारो एट 5 PM अगेन। कल का शेड्यूल हैज बीन posted on our WhatsApp group and on our website also. Looking forward to having you tomorrow. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.